Jerry, need you to sit down. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the April 9th meeting of the Santa Monica City Council. We're happy you're here or are watching. Could we have the roll call?
Pledge of Allegiance first.
Oh, Pledge of Allegiance. Councilmember Parra.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And the roll call.
Councilmember Zwick.
Here.
Councilmember Parra. Here. Councilmember Davis.
Here.
Councilmember Terosas. Absent at the moment. Councilmember De La Torre.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete. Absent at the moment. And Mayor Brock.
Here. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. I will now ask all council members if anybody will be recusing themselves from any items on the agenda pursuant to the Leaving Act tonight. Okay. And we'll
See
move on.
nobody raise their hand? I presume not.
Mayor, did you want to announce agenda management?
I did. First, item 4I has been removed at the request of staff. And the city attorney has recommended the council by consensus remove item 16G, the Elks Lodge funding matter for Memorial Day from the agenda, as I was listed as the sole sponsor. And I have a conflict because I'm on the board of the Elks. So does that meet with council's approval to remove that item?
Do we need to do a formal motion?
It can be by consensus.
Okay, that's fine then.
Okay, I think we have consensus. So both those items, 4I and 16G, have been removed from the council agenda this evening. Again, that's 4I and 16G. That's okay. Let's move on to public comment.
Public input. Public comment is permitted only on items not on the agenda that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. State law prohibits the city council from taking any action on items not listed on the agenda, including issues raised under this agenda item. And we have approximately 15 speakers. I will call the first 5 names, and then if you could just please line up against the wall. First, we have a couple of minors here, so I'm going to call their names first. Jocelyn Salazar, Arnoldo Panagua, I'm sorry, I apologize. And then Mr. Charles Fredericks, Jeffrey Cooper, and David Clinton. Ms. Salazar, you can proceed to the mic. And you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Honorable members of City Hall, my name is Jocelyn Salazar, a student at Santa Monica High School and a proud member of Legado Latino. We want to express our gratitude for City Hall recognizing Hispanic Heritage Month as a holiday last year in our city. This acknowledgement means a great deal to us, for it validates our culture but also our contributions to the community. I stand before you with a heartfelt request and a shared vision touching 3 important topics: Hispanic Month, graduation, and scholarships. In the packet provided, please switch to page 2. On September 12th of last year, Dr. Guadalupe Morales Tamayan received the proclamation to observe Hispanic Heritage Month accompanied by her students. On this date, Hispanic Heritage Month was recognized as a holiday. Legado Latino held the very first event at Santa Monica High School. We respectfully request that every year, City Hall direct the funds of Hispanic Heritage Month to the Legado Latino founder and the president of the Association of American Educators, Dr. Morales, to ensure the creation of a yearly wonderful event in our community. We believe that with City Hall support, Legado Latino can create a memorable and inclusive celebration that celebrates our heritage but strengthens the bonds within our community. As mentioned previously, our students are deeply invested in celebrating our heritage. We will have a culmination event where Legado Latino will be receiving recognition for their contributions, commitment, and effort into the community. We have identified specific needs to support us. We ask for funds towards the following shown on page 3. These funds will help us fund the celebration for the students who have put effort into Legado Latino and Santa Monica High School. Additionally, we recognize the importance of furthering education. We propose establishing scholarships totaling up to $20,000, and this is shown on page 4. On page 4, these scholarships will be awarded to junior and senior high school students of Latino heritage who plan to attend a four-year university, who have shown leadership qualities both in and out of high school, but also have overcome hardships associated with their Latino family background. These scholarships will be distributed on Honors Night at Santa Monica High School. Our ultimate goal is to secure $34,500 to fulfill our vision in rewarding hardworking students with scholarships and our culmination event in a manner that truly reflects the diversity. Thank you for your time and your consideration. I appreciate it.
Mr. Arnaldo?
Good afternoon, City Hall members. I'm Arnaldo Paniagua, a student at Santa Monica High, representing Legado Latino. To build off of what Jocelyn Salazar has presented to the board, if the funds are granted, we would heavily appreciate that the funds be directed towards AME, the Association of Mexican American Educators, as previously done last year. The Association of Mexican Educators is a professional organization dedicated to supporting and advocating for the needs and interests of Latino American students. It focuses on issues such as educational equity, cultural diversity, and community engagement within the field. We request this because having the funds directed towards AME would ensure that we have a direct access to cover the expenses required for ordering the materials promptly before the May deadline. Thank you. We appreciate your consideration and time.
Next is Charles. Oh, sorry. Next is Charles Fredericks.
I speak to the need for a ceasefire in Gaza resolution for Santa Monica. Some will say foreign policy is the province of the federal government. What business does a city have weighing such matters? But as our nation adopts the hypocritical stance of decrying lost, innocent lives while supplying weapons for their destruction, ignoring a ruling from the foremost international tribunal of law, making the U.S. complicit, we find the doors of our representatives closed to our concerns, leaving no recourse and appeal to city government. More than 100 cities have responded with ceasefire resolutions: Chicago, Detroit, Seattle, in California, San Francisco, Oakland, Long Beach, Pasadena, and many others. Israel's reaction to October 7th has thus far killed 30 Palestinians for every life they lost, while restrictions of aid places 1.5 million people on the verge of starvation. Our tax dollars are being used to destroy thousands of lives that had nothing to do with 10/7. Yet the additional billions in weapons we are advancing to Israel at this time make us and Israel less safe, as Prime Minister Netanyahu and his cabinet push to widen the war attacking neighboring states. Let me remind that Santa Monica's chain reaction sculpture, donated in 1990, stands in a place of honor on city property between City Hall and the Convention Center, across the street from the RAND Corporation, which guides national policy. When it was threatened Santa Monica residents rose to its defense, saying, "We would be happy to see chain reaction taken down the day after the last nuclear weapon has been dismantled. Until then, it serves to remind us that with the creation, use, and maintenance of nuclear weapons, humanity has taken a wrong turn. Chain reaction stands still to remind us that the danger of nuclear war has not passed. So it is in keeping with our nation's history, to remind our leaders when
Thank you very much, sir.
they have taken a wrong turn. Please adopt this resolution. I have copies of
Thank you, sir.
comments.
Next speaker.
The next speaker is Jeffrey Cooper.
Good afternoon. I'm speaking to you as an 81-year-old Jew whose entire family, extended family, was wiped out in the Holocaust, not one survivor. And I also taught at Crossroads School for 11 years, taught at Santa Monica. After that, taught for 7 years at Santa Monica College. I taught history, and I taught the grade books at Crossroads. And it's because of these reasons that I feel every life is sacred, and war is not the moral way to solve social and other problems. So I'm asking that the Santa Monica City Council put immediate permanent ceasefire on your agenda for the April 23rd CC meeting, and then to vote to tell the federal government to do the same, to vote to support an immediate ceasefire. Why? because our tax dollars have been used to fund and arm and diplomatically support the Israeli genocide against thousands of innocent Palestinian workers. I don't know if I mentioned, I lived there for 4 years in Gaza and in the West Bank and worked with Palestinians and especially with children. And I saw the destruction that went on long before October 7th. And we're complicit. The U.S. is complicit in this because we're arming and supporting them this way. So that's what I ask. I ask that you please support a ceasefire because that's the moral thing to do. That's the moral thing to do. I still got 26 seconds? Okay, well, I've seen what it does to children. I've seen the wound. We talk about the wounded, and I'm talking about wounded that you can't see the wounds because the wounds are in their heads. And you see it in the drawings of the children, the teachers I worked with in Gaza. I mean, they show people being killed, and it's only children being killed by bombs dropping or by tanks.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your comments.
The next speaker is David Clennon. And before you get started, Mr. Clennon, I'm going to call 5 more names. Naibi Montez, David Montez, Jerry Rubin, Sarah Newell, and Linda Clark. You may proceed.
First of all, it's an honor to speak before the council and to feel the gratitude that I feel for what you're doing for our town. I second what Charles and Jeff have just said. I don't think I've ever felt this ashamed of my country. My children are Jewish by Jewish law.
I'm sorry.
I don't want to, can you hear me? Are we all right? I don't want my children to experience widespread anti-Semitism that is resulting from the behavior of a nation that calls itself the Jewish state. So I'm just asking you, as the representatives of the city of Santa Monica, to stand up and say, we, the city of Santa Monica, do not condone genocide. We do not condone ethnic cleansing. We do not condone the destruction of hospitals and the murder of children and women and old men. Stop the shame. I know you don't have power in Washington, but you have moral power in Washington. And let our town, our Santa Monica, stand up and say, enough. Ceasefire. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I called 5 more speakers. I'm going to call the names again. Naibi Montez, David Montez, Jerry Rubin, Sarah Newell, and Linda Clark. Naibi Montez, David Montez.
Good afternoon, City Hall members. I am also a member of Legado Latino. I'm the president of the committee of Legado Latino, and I want to talk about I also want to gain support for my club. I've seen them work hard for years. Every member, they've stayed after school. They put so much effort. So now that we are organizing our event for our graduation, we'll be very happy to receive your support. Thank you.
David Montez.
Hey, I'm David Montes. I'm the Vice President of Legado Latino, and I just want to say thank you for thinking about this decision on supporting our club, and it will be great if you help us to do our event to celebrate the seniors. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Go
Jerry Rubin.
Thank you very, very much. Jerry Rubin, Santa Monica, Honorable Mayor Brock, Honorable Vice Mayor Negretti, Honorable Council members, Honorable City Manager, City Attorney, City Clerk, Honorable Police Officers, fellow Santa Monicans. Before I give an update about our special Earth Day Tree Hugging Day event on April 22nd, I just want to say how good it is to see Vice Mayor Lana Negretti at our council meeting, and how I'm sure she can feel it, but everyone in Santa Monica is on your side, and knowing you have the strength, physically and emotionally, to deal with this challenge before you, and we send our love and healing energy to you. And now, once again, I'd like to invite you cordially and to hopefully urge you to individually and collectively spread the word so we can have a good turnout at our Earth Day, Tree Hugging Day public gathering at the Miramar Hotel courtyard, gathered around the landmark Morton Bay fig tree. We're glad they're hosting us once again, and it'll be at 5 o'clock in the evening on Earth Day, Monday, April 22nd. People can share their poetry, their environmental or tree-related songs, and then we're going to walk through the Palisades Park and culminate the evening at the Tree of Gratitude that the city helped to plant honorably in memory of my late wife, Marissa, exactly a year ago on Earth Day. And then, finally, at the Children's Tree of Life, which was planted 41 years ago on Earth Day as well. So you're all invited.
Thank you, Jerry.
Thank you, Mayor.
Next is Sarah Newell.
Good evening, all. My name is Sarah. I'm a Jewish resident of Santa Monica, and I'm here as a member of If Not Now, a movement of American Jews organizing our community to support a thriving future for all, including Israelis, Palestinians, and Jews like myself all around the world. I'm here to encourage Santa Monica City Council to call for an immediate and permanent ceasefire in Gaza, and to do everything in your power to stop the U.S. government's support for the Israeli government's ongoing massacre in Gaza. The loss of life in this round of ongoing conflict has been staggering and unprecedented. 1,200 Israelis were killed on October 7th. Over 31,000 Palestinians have been killed by Israeli forces in retaliation. Words fail to describe the historic pace of death, with no equivalent in this century. Our hearts scream of pain. We mourn our loved ones, family, friends, and allies, but we refuse to let our grief be weaponized to justify the mass murder of Palestinians. And our empathy for lives lost does not erase history or the power imbalance at the root of this conflict. I'm here to share tonight that Jewish tradition teaches each person killed is an entire world extinguished. As a Jewish Santa Monican, I demand you do all in your power to call for a permanent ceasefire. Santa Monica is an international city. We attract visitors from all over the world in part because we are an open, inclusive, and welcoming community. As a child growing up in Riverside, I dreamed of one day moving to Santa Monica, and I'm honored that I get to live here now. Everyone who moves here finds their home in Santa Monica. True for me and so many others. And recently I've watched in horror at the reports of anti-Semitic graffiti found here in our beautiful city, but I know that remaining complicit in the murder of thousands of children will not keep me or my neighbors safe. To continue to be seen as a safe place for people from around the world, we must stand behind our stated values and adopt a resolution for a permanent ceasefire. Thank you all for your time tonight.
Thank you very much.
Next is Linda Clark. And Ms. Clark, before you get started, I'm going to call 5 more names on the list. Joan Seckler, Anya Baroff, Jonathan Foster, Alexandra Enamone, and People of California. You may proceed.
I am a fourth generation Santa Monican. My family moved here in 1940. My mom worked at the old McDonnell Douglas Aircraft on Ocean Park Boulevard. We were meager middle-class family, no billionaires like are here now. We bought our second house in 1971, which I grew up in. I am now about to lose my house in foreclosure because you changed the laws on Airbnb to not allow poor middle-class people like me to survive. In the name of having tenants have low-income housing, you've forced low-income owners like me to lose their house because they can't afford to live on the meager amount that they're going to get from the rent. I get $2,000 a month from rent. I would get $4,000 from Airbnb or more. I can live on that. Can anybody here live on $2,000 a month in Santa Monica? I don't think so. I get $139 Social Security benefits. Raise your hand. Anybody here get $139? No? Okay, well, that's what you expect me to live on. Every night I go to bed, I have the sword of Damocles over my head because I don't know when it's going to fall and I'm going to lose my house. Is it this year? Is it that year? I sent you some pictures and there's copies. I haven't even been able to pay my property taxes on what you want me to live on. And you've done this to God knows how many. And the LA Times did an article on ladies in their 70s that are saying, I can't survive on this. How many people are you going to put into foreclosure with these new laws? You know, this is, if this gives you a little bit of trouble sleeping, welcome to my world. I go to bed every night wondering, when is it going to be this year or next year? And this is not moral. Any bill that puts the poor and the homeless out on the street is an immoral bill. End of story. I don't know how these other people are surviving and how many other people are going to be losing their home to foreclosure. So,
thank you very much.
I want you to just think about what you're doing to poor seniors like me.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next speaker is Jones Seckler.
Wait a second, just wait. I got it. Okay. My name is Joan Seckler. I'm 83 years old. I've been living in Santa Monica in a rent-controlled apartment for almost 40 years. And I have a lot of friends in Santa Monica, both Jewish and non-Jewish. So on October 7th, we were shocked. People were shocked that Hamas had killed 1,200 people and took hostage of 250 people. People were shocked. So Netanyahu came out and said, Israel has to defend itself. Well, that sounded reasonable. But then what they did was to use 60,000 pounds of bombs dropped all over Gaza. And Gaza, in case you don't know, is a tiny little strip in Israel, which is only 20 miles long and 5 miles wide. You could walk it. You could hike it. And 60,000 tons of bombs literally destroyed hospitals and schools and mosques and churches and the water supply, the electricity grid, everything. And of course, the deaths. Tremendous amount of deaths. People still lodged underneath the rubble from the bombs. Women and children and babies, they have suffered more than men. It is totally outrageous. It makes me feel like what we did in terms of carpet bombing in Vietnam.
Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Anya Baroff.
Hi, I'm here today concerned about the state of our city. As a proud member of the Samo High Alumni Association and grad night volunteer, I am deeply invested in our community. My involvement in advocacy work with Cal Voices and Disability Rights California has led me to witness the pressing need for attention to disability legislation in Santa Monica. I was recently invited to DC to continue this work. That said, it's troubling that no new appointments to the disability commissions have been made in over 6 months. Yesterday, Chief Batista publicly condemned anti-Semitism, which is appreciated. However, many women in my neighborhood have felt unsafe and feared being victim blamed, which is sadly a common experience, especially with the dissociation of the Commission on the Status of Women. To substantiate this fear, there is a significant concern about a city commission candidate having access to a stockpile of ammunition and history of threats towards the city. I have not reported this to the police as I am fearful they will institutionalize me or send me to jail for expressing reasonable concerns for safety. This is not an exaggerated fear. I share many credentials to those on the council, a cancer survivor, a Harvard graduate, and a Santa Monica native. Yet I do not feel safe or supported in my hometown. I recommend that the city attorney reads the book, as suggested by NPR, called Servants of the Damned, The Corruption of Justice by David Enrich, which sheds light on threats to our city's moral backbone. I miss the Santa Monica I knew and loved, and I'm hopeful that it can return to a place where we can all feel safe at home. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Jonathan Foster.
Hello again, Jonathan Foster, 23-year homeless resident in a Drummer on 3rd Street Promenade. God bless the mayor, you need it. Did you become a Republican yet? We're screwed, damn it. You know what, the pledge to the flag, do you know it doesn't say to the democracy for which it stands? It says to the republic to which it stands. Yeah, it's kind of messed up here. Boy, I've talked to, oh yeah, too, by the way, there's no morals here, too. I support late-term abortions. Remember, we'll just chop your heads off, your arms, legs, and hands, and we'll just call it abortion, not murder. So, what happened was the Jewish bankers made a place called the United States of America. Yep, they don't want their money being used for Jesus Christ. The Rothschilds bought the land from the Sultan with gold. And every time you got to sell the land, you already lost. So the Jews bought the land. They own it. So they can kick off whoever they want to. But doing it this way is wrong. You people that talked about hostages, we'll leave your ass there as a hostage. I'm not leaving your ass there as a hostage. I'm coming for you. I'm with Benjamin. But I don't like the way he's doing it. That the kids killing and the not letting the food in and bombing up the hospitals and stuff. I mean, I wonder, what is he mentally ill all of a sudden? Because you know there's no Shekinah glory in the temple, and man can't put it back in. And a red heifer, it can't be born in Texas and taken to Jerusalem. God has to make it born in Jerusalem, and he's not going to. So, God bless you, Benjamin.
The next speaker is...
Thank you, sir.
Next speaker is Alexandra Anamoni.
Hi, my name is Alexandra Anemone, and I'm here to request that the city agendize and adopt a ceasefire resolution relating to the ongoing genocide in Gaza. I think at this point the facts speak for themselves. Over 33,000 people have been killed, and over 70,000 people have been injured. The vast majority of these people are civilian men, women, and children. We've seen the restriction of food, water, and medical care, and the targeting of journalists, healthcare workers, and aid workers. And I think that anyone who has seen even a fraction of the news coming out of Gaza will agree that words fail to really describe the horror of what's happening. This genocide is being committed with US tax dollars and tax dollars from California and from Santa Monica, and it's being committed with the implicit moral support of the United States. I believe that under these conditions, it is the moral duty of every person to voice their dissent, to state their values, and to leverage whatever power they have access to stop this genocide. The power that is held in this room is the power to join over 100 cities across the country to pass a ceasefire resolution. And I hope that you'll consider doing that. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next is People of California. And before you get started, I'm going to call the last names on the list. Roberto Murga and Sharna Berger-Gluck.
Okay, Council, thank you for hearing me. I rise today to speak on behalf of my friend Linda Clark, who already spoke. I opposed, I'm sure I spoke out against the overbroad and not narrowly tailored Airbnb rules that you erected many years ago. I don't know if they've been updated and made even worse, but at the time I thought they were an essential attack on the liberty of property owners and not designed to prevent realty speculation, but in fact designed to prevent people from staying in their homes with, you know, the money that they might generate by using an ADU or a room someplace. So in the case of Linda, people don't know it. She has an ADU on her property. And the city back then didn't know what an ADU was. There was no term for that. There was just a permit issued, which the city lost supposedly in a fire. And I hear the city attorney blames Linda for her not having a permit that was issued before her birth. It's shocking to the conscience. And the way these rules are being implemented, it's not going to preserve affordable housing, because what's going to happen? She's going to get kicked out on the street, and you're going to have a mini mansion, just like the assemblyman, former city councilman who lives next door to her. He's got a gigantic palace. That's what's going to happen. They'll knock her house down, turn it into a gigantic mansion, and it's horrible. So I hope you can reach out. You know, I love the city loves to give variances and do things to make it right when there's a community benefit. Linda being in this community is a community benefit. Please don't end that. And I'd also like to say that I haven't changed my name, but I am a peace activist, and I believe that we should support a
Roberto Murga. Okay. Sharna Berger-Gluck.
Good evening. I want to thank you for this opportunity for the public to speak to you. We don't have very many avenues where we're being listened to, let alone have access to people. I want to talk about the reputation of the city of Santa Monica. When it was time for us to leave Topanga Canyon after 57 years, it was only natural that we would come to Santa Monica. And not because our dentist was here, but because of the reputation of the city as being a city that had a conscience. And in fact, the recent discussions about reparation indicate that there is still some conscience in this city. So that's why we moved here. I'm a longtime social justice activist and retired academic and author, among other things, of the book An American Feminist in Palestine. It recounts my years from 1988 to 1994, talking to Palestinians, Israelis, Druids who don't classify themselves as either. I was led there by my father's teaching rabbinical students the lessons of the Talmud and the search for the right answer to moral quandaries. I'm deeply, deeply pained by what's happening in Gaza, the deaths, the destruction of hospitals, of people's houses, the famine that's impending. It's very, very painful for many of us, and especially for many of us who are Jews, who feel some responsibility. I don't want my tax dollars used for this, and I want to be living in a city that does the right thing, that for years did the right thing and still does.
And that concludes public input for the evening. We'll now move on to public input on agenda items under closed session, special agenda items, consent calendar only. No public input is permitted on ordinances for second reading and adoption. And we have 6 speakers for this item, so I'm going to call all 6 names. Jonathan Foster, Boris Sukoff, Carl Villain, Natalia Zernitskaya, and Connor Webb. Is Mr. Foster still here? All right, we'll move on to the next name then. Boris Sukoff or Suchov? Suchov.
Good afternoon. I'm Boris Suchkov, here representing Santa Monica Families for Safe Streets, an advocacy group promoting safe transportation for our kids and families. I'm a parent with my daughter in Grant Elementary, and my son is in preschool. I live in Sunset Park, closer to the east portion of Sunset Park, so our transportation is limited by the airport to the south and by the freeway to the north. And so I want to speak in support of item 5A to vote to award the contract to build the Bergamot area transportation improvements. Stewart Street under the 10 is pretty much the only safe street already somewhat safe street in my neighborhood to bike or walk to Bergamot Station, Colorado Center, and so on. And Colorado Center and Water Garden were built in the 80s and 90s, and that whole office neighborhood has extra wide streets, presumably to support the traffic that's no longer there because so many people are working from home, and the streets really do need to be right-sized. I've never seen more excess speeding or reckless driving than in that area of the city. So yes, please approve the contract. Let's move forward with this project. It's been under development for many years. It's fully funded, and there is a lot of public outreach has already been done for it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next is Carl Villain.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Cara Villain, and I'm also here to speak in support of item 5A. I sincerely hope that my presence here is unnecessary and irrelevant, because this is just a consent calendar item that should be pretty straightforward. I mean, after all, we are just approving contractors. The project itself is already set and has already gone through lots of community input. So I just thought this would be a good opportunity for me to remind everyone that the community here supports these improvements. I and other residents hosted a workshop on Sunday on the topics of mobility and equity, and though I wouldn't have the audacity to claim that the people who attended it and felt inclined to attend it represent everyone in this city, I can tell you that participants from a wide variety of backgrounds made it very clear that they not only want these projects to happen, they want more, because we see how these projects benefit our community as a whole in so many ways, regardless of how you get around. As a former SMC student who biked between the CMD and main campus a lot, I know that students will greatly benefit from these improvements, and I personally look forward to not getting aggressively honked at while going up Stewart Street towards Kansas, or to not keep having to go around motor vehicles in the bike lane in this area. I'm very grateful to live in a city that takes these things seriously. It's one of the reasons I moved here, especially as someone who doesn't have the option to drive. Over 1 in 10 households in our city does not own a car. For some, it's a choice that was made possible by our infrastructure. For some, it's a necessity, either because they can't afford it, because they have a condition that prevents them from driving or makes it difficult for them because of their age. Regardless of the reason, we all benefit from fewer people using motor vehicles on our streets. It makes them safer, cleaner, more welcoming, and it reduces traffic congestion for those who do need to choose or choose to drive. The more of these projects we implement, the more people will feel inclined to get around in a safe, healthy, and sustainable way. I hope this item just sails through, as it should, and I look forward to all of you supporting more of these projects. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next is, Natalia Zernitskaya, sorry.
It's okay. My name's hard to pronounce. Good evening, Mayor Brock, Vice Mayor Negrete, and City Council members and staff. I'm going to echo Caro's comments that I hope my presence is unnecessary. I'm here to testify in support of 5A. We have been doing so much work to make this city safer for everybody, no matter what mode of transit they use. And this is should be a fairly simple and straightforward contract approval. And it's right in my backyard, so to speak, because I walk my dog along Seward Street every so often. And I very much look forward to having a sidewalk where there currently isn't one on Olympic, and more daylighting and a safer biking path. So I will let y'all have the rest of the minute and enjoy your evening, and please vote yes on 5A. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next is Connor Webb.
Evening, Council. My name is Connor Webb. I'm here to support 5A on consent. Again, hopefully unnecessary, but just wanted to voice that Stewart Street and Pennsylvania Ave are essential connections between 26th Street Bergamot Station, Santa Monica College, the Expo Bike Path, which is really the main east-west path for Santa Monica cyclists, to Sawtell, Palms, Culver. And Stewart Street is basically the only safe crossing of the 10 between 17th Street and Military Ave, which, if for those not familiar, is east of the 405. So it's a really essential, that we, despite that, it's still not as ideal and safe as it could be. So it's important that we continue to make that better. It's currently a wide road with traffic that travels well above the speed limit. And there's this current set of awkward left-hand turns that make it really dangerous to continue on Yale Street. And Pennsylvania Ave is adjacent to Santa Monica College, but it's a hostile place to walk, which is just unacceptable for a campus, especially one so close with so many transit connections. The mobility team here has, shown that they've invested significant thought and time into the design, and the planned improvements will solve all of those issues that I mentioned. Outreach has been going on for nearly 5 years, and the plans that this project is based on, went through outreach years before that. There's really no reason to delay this any longer, so I urge all of you to approve this contract for construction on consent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Connor.
And I'm going to give one last call for Jonathan Foster. Okay, that concludes public input on that item.
Okay. And I think I have a couple of good things to give out. We have a couple of proclamations tonight. So first, I want to note that it is Library Week in the city of Santa Monica. And I'm going to read the proclamation, and then Judith and our librarian, whoever can come up to the lower podium. So whereas libraries offer the opportunity for everyone to connect with others, learn new skills, and pursue their passions no matter where they are in life's journey, and whereas libraries have long served as trusted institutions striving to ensure equitable access to information and services for all members of the community, regardless of race, ethnicity, creed, ability, sexual orientation, gender identity, or socioeconomic status, and whereas libraries are accessible and inclusive spaces that promote a sense of local connection, advancing understanding, civic engagement, and shared community goals, and whereas libraries play a pivotal role in economic development by providing resources and support for job seekers and small businesses, thus contributing to local prosperity and growth. And, yes, more whereases, whereas libraries are treasured institutions that preserve our collective heritage and knowledge, safeguarding both physical and digital resources for present and future generations. And whereas libraries are an essential public good and fundamental institutions in democratic societies, working to improve society, protect the right to education and literacy, and promote the free exchange of information and ideas for all. And yes, you guessed it, whereas librarians, and library workers are joining library supporters and advocates across the nation to celebrate National Library Week. Now, therefore, I, Phil Brock, Mayor of the City of Santa Monica, on behalf of the members of our City Council, do hereby proclaim April 7th through April 13th, 2024 as National Library Week. And we encourage all of our residents to visit our wonderful libraries in this city and celebrate the adventures and opportunities they unlock for us every single day. And I'm going to walk this down, and I have the feeling that Judith and our librarian chief librarian would like to say a few words, and that Susan wants to take a picture, right? Somehow I have that feeling. Be official. How are you doing? Ah, hi.
Oh, sure.
If you want to gather, sure. Feel free.
Well, it would be weird if we were not.
Standing
up in our computers. That's right.
Thank you, Mayor Brock and City Council members. And on behalf of the Library Board, I'm pleased to accept this proclamation. I'm just, in case, I'll just say I'm Judith Meister, and I'm honored to be the chair currently of the Library Board. And National Library Week is a time to recognize the unique character of libraries. I can't think of another public institution that supports and nurtures us in every stage of our life. You know, as children, we learn to love reading and hear stories. We learn about ourselves as young teens and young adults. We find career and family advice as adults. And as seniors, we learn new skills and make connections. And so, you know, we are really fortunate to have libraries in our city. Today is National Library Workers' Day. There's a specific day to honor many things during National Library Week. And we have some of our wonderful and creative librarians here. Please stand up and be recognized. As well as our library director, Erica Fuyugin. Our library staff and our recreation staff were hit hardest during the pandemic, and we are still far from recovery. That means that the limited staff that we have taken on more responsibilities to find ways to do programming, open our 2 closed branches at least a couple of times a week, get the books on the shelves, and bring back the excellence that has always marked our libraries. And so they've done this with limited resources. So I urge you, as you see librarians and library staff, just to thank them. And in closing, I will just say, as I always do when I have a chance to address the council, I urge you to make a commitment in honor of National Library Week to fully fund our libraries as soon as it is possible. I trust that later this evening you will approve the funding for our 10th anniversary at Pico Library, and I thank you in advance for taking that action. But I know that you have heard from our community, and you have, increased funding. But as we listened to the whereases, and I believe that the council, as well as the community, share all of those beliefs. And so now I urge you to turn the words into action. So thank you.
And I didn't formally introduce you. Judith Meister is the chair of the library board in our city.
Thank you.
So thank you so much, and thank you to all the librarians who showed up, who help our children, adults, and seniors every day. It's appreciated. Well, tonight I like the whereases. So I'm going to read a second proclamation, and this one also is especially wonderful. We're going to have a proclamation that this month is Poetry Month. And let me read the proclamation, then bring up, do I see her? There we go. And then we will bring up our new Poet Laureate, which I happened to meet her. I happened to meet Anne Sunday as I visited another religious edifice in our city, and I was very pleased to meet her. And so let me read this first, and then we'll call her up officially. Whereas the Academy of American Poets established the month of April as National Poetry Month in 1996, and whereas National Poetry Month seeks to highlight the extraordinary legacy and ongoing achievement of American poets, introduce Americans to the pleasures and benefits of reading poetry, bring poets and poetry to the public in immediate and innovative ways, make poetry an important part of our youth's education, and whereas poetry enhances and enriches the lives of all Americans and affects every aspect of life in America today, including education, the economy, and community pride and development, and whereas poetry has produced some of the nation's leading creative artists and has inspired other artists in fields such as music, theater, film, dance, the visual arts, and whereas the city of Santa Monica supports the celebration of the spirit and special qualities of Santa Monica, particularly through the literary arts, including poetry, and the creation of literary and poetic words that commemorate the diversity and vibrancy of our city, and whereas poetry tells the history of human feeling and could sustain the emotional memory of a community, and knowledge of poetic traditions allows us to know more about our own culture and can serve as a passport to the culture of others. And whereas the city of Santa Monica has chosen its first ever Poet Laureate in 2024 to emphasize the importance of the literary arts and spoken word while demonstrating how poetry can capture the spirit of the city as well as its beauty and culture. Now, therefore, I, Phil Brock, Mayor of the City of Santa Monica, on behalf of the members of our City Council, do hereby proclaim April 1st through April 30th, 2024 as National Poetry Month, and call upon the people of Santa Monica to observe this month, to celebrate the cultural riches our community has to offer, and to recognize the important role of poetry in creating and sustaining our community. And Ann, I'm going to walk down to you. And if everyone could give Ann Carmack, who is our first ever Poet Laureate in Santa Monica, a great hand. And I'm going to give here this to hold, but I'm going to hand you the microphone, I think, first.
Okay.
And then we'll
Okay.
take a couple of pictures.
Hi, everybody. I'm Ann. Hey, Jesse. I moved here 20 years ago in the hopes of becoming a real writer. And I would have to say it doesn't really feel like it gets more real than this. I have such a heart for this town and for the people who live here, and I'm just so honored to represent you guys in this way. And I just have something short. I hope this poem finds you well, unhidden, whole, and healing, at home in a world that welcomes you and wraps you up in eager arms. I hope that every cake candle wish is coming true, and that every lucky old penny you tossed into the water when you were still small has paid off. I hope. Thank you so much for this beautiful.
Come with me.
Okay.
Again, final hand
We just wanted to invite all of you April 20th, Saturday, to the meet and greet of our Poet Laureate, which is happening at the main library. So all y'all, please come. Thank you. What time? 2 p.m. 2 p.m. 2 to 4 p.m. Thank you.
And I think, thank you for that. We now have the city manager's report.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. So as we just heard in the proclamation, I am thrilled that the Santa Monica Public Library has selected our first Poet Laureate. And as we just disclosed, but I'll give you the full details, you can come meet Anne, our Santa Monica-based writer and multidisciplinary artist, at the inaugural Poet Laureate Workshop and Reception on Saturday, April 20th, from 2 to 4 p.m. at the main library. She and I hope you all will also join us at the Arts and Literacy Festival on Saturday, April 27th, from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Virginia Avenue Park. The theme of this year's event is The Robots Are Here, with 30 community organizations offering games and activities, plus performances, robotic demonstrations, and more. In addition to Arts Month and Poetry Month, April is also Earth Month. An especially momentous time for us this year because we're celebrating the 30th anniversary of the city's groundbreaking Sustainable City Plan. There are many wonderful events and activities celebrating sustainability and the environment this month, including at the city's various gardens. Find more information at santamonica.gov/events. And congratulations to the winners of the 28th Annual Sustainable Quality Awards, Grand Prize winner Patagonia Santa Monica, and Excellence Award winners Angelus Investment Advisors, Avocado Green Mattress, HGA, Physical Therapy Works, and Yoga Art. All are invited to the annual Sustainable Quality Awards ceremony on Wednesday, May 1st from 4:30 p.m. to 7 p.m. at the Annenberg Community Beach House. And again, please be sure to register online at santamonica.gov/events. And lastly, April is Arab American Heritage Month, when we celebrate the heritage, culture, and contributions of Arab Americans across the country. Please visit smpl.org for information about events that the library is hosting in honor of Arab American Heritage Month. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I believe we now call for closed session.
Yes, we have 8 existing litigation items. Item 4A, John UNB Doe and others versus the City of Santa Monica and others. Hector Orozco versus John Doe and Does 1 through 2. Item 4C, John Doe 1 and others versus the City of Santa Monica and others. Item 4D, John Doe AG versus the Santa Monica Police Activities League and others. 4E, John JPC Doe versus Doe City and others. 4F, John AD Doe and others versus the City of Santa Monica and others. 4G, John CW Doe and others versus the City of Santa Monica and others. 4H, City of Santa Monica versus the ICSOP and others. And then item 4J is a report out, Daniel Regosa versus Charles Setta, Grant, and others.
And if I could ask the city attorney what time he believes we'll be resuming our council meeting.
I know we were shooting for 7 o'clock, but I think 7:15 would be optimistic.
Okay. Well, I like optimism, so let's plan on being
Council,
back.
I need to announce that Councilmember De La Torre will be recusing himself from all of these closed session items.
Okay. Then let's plan on resuming session at 7:15. And if we can't resume at 7:15, we'll make sure to let everyone know that we're still running late. Thank you so much. One, two. Good evening. I want to apologize for the length of our closed session today. Unfortunately, we had some very significant things to discuss, and could the city attorney give a report?
Yes, the listed closed session item was heard with Councilmember De La Torre recusing himself. Also, a report out in the Regosa versus Grant personal injury case. It settled for $250,000. Council approved the settlement at the 2/27/24 meeting with a vote of 6-0 with Councilmember Zwick absent. That's all.
Thank you so much. And clerk, will you call the next item?
The next item is presentation on John Byers.
Ah, the mayor's moment. Santa Monica architect. You'll see it on the screen in 3, 2, 1.
Welcome to the Santa Monica 3-Minute History Series. Today we will talk about John Byers, Santa Monica's architect. John Winfred Byers was a successful and influential architect in the 1920s. Focused on hand craftsmanship, he helped define the Spanish colonial revival style as a regional mainstay. Michigan-born and Harvard-educated as an electrical engineer, Byers lived in France and Uruguay as a young man, landing work teaching linguistics. In 1910, he moved to Santa Monica, where he chaired the language department at Samoa High and taught French and Spanish. During summer breaks, Byers traveled extensively in Latin America, fascinated by its architecture. As an amateur, Byers designed his own house in 1917 and another for Samoa High's principal, William F. Barnum. A pivotal moment occurred in 1919 when Byers was called in as a translator for Mexican workers who were building an adobe house for a family member in Brentwood. Byers became immersed in the design and traditional construction techniques used for this house. He abandoned his teaching career and began designing homes. Self-taught, he eventually earned his architect's license in 1926. Inspired by the architecture of Mexico, John Byers was ardent about the use of adobe construction, establishing the John Byers Organization for Design and Building of Latin Houses to produce his authentic designs. Santa Monica has several examples of his adobe buildings with hand-formed clay tile roofs. Byers' homes incorporate open-air courtyards, porches, and generous verandas, as well as outdoor rooms with fireplaces. Details include wrought iron and hand-textured woodwork. Among his handmade architecture elements were thick adobe brick walls, red clay roof tiles, and floor tiles, some showing the workman's fingerprints. Dissatisfied with commercially available products, Byers established the Byers Clay Products Company specifications. His success and popularity brought him large commissions. Over time, Byers moved from exclusively adobe to include wood frame construction. Byers built a new home for his family on La Mesa Drive in 1924 using frame and stucco. John Byers is Santa Monica's own architect whose passion for reviving traditional Mexican adobe buildings helped shape the look of Santa Monica and beyond. Download a free John Byers tour booklet from the Santa Monica Conservancy website.
I want to thank both the Santa Monica...
Welcome to the Santa Monica 3-Minute History Series. Today we will talk about John Byers, Santa Monica's architect.
In case you missed any of it the first time.
John Winfred Byers was a successful and influential architect in the 1920s. Focused on hand craftsmanship, he helped define the...
That's where I did my first, never mind. So I want to thank the Conservancy and the Santa Monica History Museum for their joint work, each council meeting, in presenting part of Santa Monica's history. I've been inside several John Byers houses with the Conservancy, and they are spectacular. So thank you so much for that.
I would now ask if any council members have anything to report on travel since our last meeting.
Looking around, I don't see any responses, so I think we're okay.
Okay. Consent calendar, all items will be considered and approved in one motion unless removed by a council member for discussion. In accordance with Charter Section 615, the adoption of all ordinances and resolutions shall be by reading of title only unless a council member present dissents. No public discussion is permitted on ordinances for second reading and adoption. And I have a request from Councilmember Parra to pull item 5A. Are there any other requests?
I'm sorry?
No.
No, 5A is the only one. Oh, wait. Councilmember Delatorre?
Yes, no, thank you. Thank you. Councilwoman Parra is going to pull the item. I'll have to recuse myself because the project is right in front of my house, and I talked to our city attorney who recommended that to avoid the perception of a conflict of interest, it's probably smart for me to recuse myself on the item. So I'll recuse myself on item 5A and then come back when we deal with the rest.
Okay, you don't need to leave yet.
Okay.
Because there is a motion you could make right now.
Okay. I'd like to approve the rest of the consent calendar.
And we have a second for that. Okay. Can we have a vote?
Councilmember Torosis?
Yes.
Actually, I'm sorry, Councilmember Delatorre first.
Oh, yes.
And then Councilmember Torosis?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
And Mayor Brock?
Yes. Okay, those are approved. And Councilmember Delatorre is recusing while he waits to recuse. We could watch a John Byers tape again. Yeah, City Attorney Sloan, can you explain the distance from where you live if there's an item in your area? Is it 500 feet?
Typically, it's 500 feet by default if you own property within 500 feet, and it could possibly financially affect the value of the property, then you should recuse.
Thank you so much for that explanation.
Item 5A, award construction and construction observation contracts for Stewart Street and Pennsylvania Avenue Safety Enhancement Project.
Hi there. Thank you. So there was a couple questions that came up we received some emails, and so that's why I wanted to pull the item so that we can openly discuss some of the questions that came up on some of those emails. And then, let's see here. So one of the emails that we received, or that I received, because I also live in the neighborhood, not on the same street as Councilmember Delatorre. But one of the questions that came up was in regards to the proposed protected bike lanes. Do you know what type of material you're going to be using for the protected bike lane? Is it going to be a concrete barrier, or is it going to be a bollard?
Yes, thank you. I can answer that. Good evening, Council. My name is Jackie Swartz.
I'm sorry, Jackie. And in particular, I should probably, because it's such a big project, I'm so sorry. Well, the email that I received, they were most interested in the part of the project from Stewart at Olympic to Kansas, just that stretch right there.
Okay, sure. So between Olympic and Kansas on Stewart, we have primarily concrete barriers along the corridor. There is a stretch on the east side where we don't have protection. So that the east side of the bike lane will remain basically how it is today, without any protection. And that was to reduce parking impacts, and also it gets a little bit tighter in that area. And then towards Kansas, just as we approach the 10 freeway, on the west side of the facility of Stewart, that will be elevated to sidewalk level. And I do have a presentation to give a little bit of background, if that would help.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, great. So thank you, Council, for this opportunity. I'm really excited tonight to present on this because it's been in the making for almost a decade. So today I'm going to give you a little bit of a background, a modified version of my presentation, reduced for timing. This is going to be on the Bergamont area first last mile improvements, specifically the changes that we're going to be talking about today that are proposed for Stewart Street and Pennsylvania Avenue, which is one of the 3 projects within the Bergamont area. In the Bergamont area, this area is identified as the first mile, as an important first last mile connection due to its proximity to the Metro E-Line, the Expo Bike Path, and major job centers. So this project is going to improve access to and from the Metro E-Line, close gaps in the network, and eliminate barriers for people who are walking and biking. In addition, these improvements will help us realize our citywide goals of reducing emissions, eliminating fatal and severe crashes, building a complete high-quality network, and ensure that facilities are accessible to all ages and abilities. So, we have had a number of adopted plans and documents that guide our work and support the city policies. I'm not going to go through all of them, but I do want to highlight these specific maps here. The one on the left is a snapshot of our protected bike network 5-year vision, and I've circled with the dashed line the Bergamont area where you can see some of the projects, and specifically the Stewart Street project from Kansas to Colorado. And in this area, we're going to be upgrading the existing facility, which is about a mile, to a protected facility. And then the map on the right, which is a very important map, shows our priority network as identified in our Vision Zero plan. So these are streets where we see a high number of fatal and severe crashes compared to other streets in our city. In the area, again, dashed in a dashed circle, represents the 3 projects that are in our Bergamont area. There's 2 dots there that represent our priority intersections, and the treatments that I'll share with you will be addressing some of these conflicts. So this slide just represents throughout our Bergamont plan and our loose plan back in 2013 and 2015. So staff has worked very hard on outreach for a long time, as I mentioned, and listening to the community, collecting data, making observations, and adjusting based on what we're hearing to meet the needs of the community. We've been awarded almost $4 million in grant funding for this project, and we started the planning and outreach process, as I mentioned, in 2013. And in 2018, Council awarded the design for this project as well. So just to give a visual, these are the projects that we identify in this Bergamont area. The segment in orange represents the Olympic Boulevard sidewalk, which was approved for construction by Council in January 2024. And then the green segment, which is 26th Street, will come to consent next month to Council. And then the blue segment, which is the bigger project in this area, is what we're referring to today, which is the Stewart Street and Pennsylvania Avenue project. This project is primarily, as I mentioned, going to be a concrete protected barrier. And some of the reasons why we are moving towards this design is highlighted in some of these photos that I want to just share briefly. We have regular challenges with drivers parking in the bike lane, driving in the bike lane, and that causes bicyclists to maneuver in and out and have to weave between traffic, creating unsafe conditions. We've used plastic bollards, as you can see on the bottom left, for many of these projects, and these get destroyed very quickly. I think these were out on Ocean Avenue a week, and this guy decided to drive over them to unload his food trucks. And it's a huge burden on our staff and for maintenance. And so to eliminate that burden, adding the concrete protection is really a huge benefit on many levels. And then finally, it helps create a low stress network for people using the facility, and it really helps protect our most vulnerable roadway users, children, seniors who are out there riding, to avoid, getting doored or moving vehicles on the other side. And then as they approach the intersection, new conflicts that get introduced for all the turning movements. And then here on this slide, I want to highlight some of the key improvements. This isn't everything, but what we are doing, what these treatments are intended to do is to address some of the illegal behavior that we're seeing, illegal turns, poor visibility, gaps in our network that create, inconsistent operations in our streets. So all of this is designed to improve the flow and the predictability of our networks for all users. And then finally on the right, where we have no sidewalk so that people have an ADA compliant space to walk as opposed to being in the street or in the dirt. Because there's specific questions about the design, I want to highlight this segment from Colorado to Virginia. And then we'll be incorporating signal timing adjustments throughout the signalized intersections to help give the pedestrians a head start. And then we're going to be installing 2 bike signals, one at Colorado and one at Olympic Boulevard. So these pictures show the design makeup of what the bike facility, of the different treatments that we'll use to create the protected facility. So starting with the left, we're going to be implementing plastic bollards on Colorado at between Stewart and Yale. And so instead of using concrete there, we're using plastic bollards on both sides of the street. And then as you transition to Stewart in Colorado, all the way down to Virginia, we'll be using this concrete treatment. And I mentioned earlier, on the east side of the street, the concrete treatment will not be implemented. It will show, the facility will be just like you see on the bottom right photo with the non-protection. And then finally, as we reach the end of the project at Kansas Avenue, between Virginia and Kansas, we're raising that bike facility to the sidewalk level. And this image shows the rendering of that. So to highlight some of the other questions that came in about parking, this map identifies the parking changes. We were able to find a few spaces where we can add back parking. The majority of the parking lots will be definitely on Pennsylvania Avenue, which is we're losing a total of about 16 spaces where we are adding new sidewalk where there isn't one today. And so we need that space in order to accommodate a new sidewalk. And then to the south, over by Virginia Avenue, we're losing only 2 spaces, and that's mostly where the residential area is. And so I'd like to close out, by saying thank you. This is a really exciting project for us. Our goal is to design streets for people of all ages and abilities to make it easier for them to bike, easier to walk, easier to take the bus. And not moving forward with approval tonight means that we would forfeit close to $4 million of grant funding, which would also jeopardize opportunities for future grant funding. And then in addition, we would lose out on the $400,000 that we've already spent on design.
If you have questions, please get in the queue.
Well, I still
Well,
was
that's all right.
asking
Go ahead.
questions. Thank you for that presentation. So some of the other questions, you answered quite a few of my questions. Some of the other questions that was asked of me is that the space between the 10 freeway on Stewart and Kansas, there are quite a few people that are disabled, and there are a couple handicap parking spots on the street. So how do you navigate that with the protected bike lanes? Do you paint them out?
On Stewart Street, we don't have any blue zones identified. We do.
There's 2 in front of 2 properties, too, because there's a lot, and I didn't mean to cut you off.
It's okay.
There's a lot of multifamily housing units there, so there's a lot of renters, and it's a very high density. And I live right there. I mean, there's a lot of those apartments are older apartments, so there's not a lot of parking at all with those apartments. So people are competing for parking on Kansas, on Stewart, on Virginia, and underneath the 10 freeway. And in particular, there's a lot of older people that live in that area. And so there are painted out curbs, if you go drive, that are blue right on Stewart. There's 2 of them.
Okay.
There's one on the east side and one on the west side of the street. And so I'm just curious how you're going to navigate that.
So on the east side, like I mentioned, we're not adding protection, so that will remain as is. And then where we are, we have in the past have left gaps in the portions where there is blue curbs needed and locate them directly by the existing ADA curb ramps so that there's access through the crosswalk to get to the sidewalk level. And we also have a policy or a program that anyone who needs a blue zone can apply or request that. And then our engineers will assess it and identify the nearest location that's accessible with a ramp that we can implement a blue zone in.
Okay. And then the area, so ever since they put in, so right there, there is a train stop right at, Exposition or thereabouts between Olympic and Exposition. And so there tends to be quite a bit of a backup with cars and what have you. Are you going to be doing anything with the 2 lanes? Or there's still going to be the 2 lanes?
Yeah, the 2 lanes will still remain there at that location.
That was some of the other concerns too, because it tends to back up and then it spills into into the neighborhoods. So they were concerned of, if you were going to delete one of the lanes, if that backup on Stewart, what that was going to look like. Yeah. So that was another question that we had. And then there was, what else? And then when do you anticipate the program is going to start? I mean, when will this begin construction? Once this has been approved?
Maybe I'll let Public Works answer that question.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm Alex. I work in Public Works. Probably 2 to 4 months from today.
2 to 4 months. Okay. Thank you. Okay, I think that's all I have right now. Thank you.
Thanks for your time.
Seeing nobody else in the queue, I have a couple of questions and a comment, and you already know what it'll be. You guys can all smile. The concrete barriers that were put down 17th Street caused untold misery, and I still, in fact, last week I got another email from a resident who's afraid to back out of their parking space in their patio or in their yard because of the barrier, the lack of being able to turn out of the space until you actually block traffic. So I held a town hall on 17th. Many of you were there till 8 o'clock that night, I think. Thank you very much. But it seems like we're recreating part of the problem. So the bollards are fine. The little rubber barriers are fine. Or if you were doing a concrete barrier, instead of doing the low barrier, do a straight up and down barrier. But that 2 feet that each of those barriers done takes so much room away from the street, while not giving that either to bike riders, pedestrians. It makes it harder for older people to get in and out of their cars, is what they've told me, because they end up slipping off the cement and not being able to judge it properly. So the rest of the program I think is fantastic, and I support it. How many blocks of concrete barrier on Stewart?
Gosh, it's from Stewart. It's from Colorado to Virginia.
Right. I guess I'm more concerned with the part because the Colorado, right, to Olympic is really an industrial, not residential area right now. You've got companies there. I don't think that's not as important. The part from Olympic to Kansas or to Virginia seems like it creates more issues, and I would really like you to look at another way of making sure that residents are safe there. Because I know I was in Europe last summer in 5 different Scandinavian countries who were all known for bicycling. I never saw one concrete flat barrier in any of those countries. I saw bollards. I don't know if they're all plastic, the straight up and down yellow bollards, if they're plastic with metal inside, I have no idea. But I saw those everywhere.
Okay.
And so I'm concerned, even the white bollards, if you're saying they're plastic, they're going to get run down all the time. That's an issue too.
Yeah, it's a big
But,
issue.
so maybe I'm questioning best practices. Are there any other types of bollards, any other type of barrier that's not quite as intrusive onto the street, the bike path, and pedestrian access?
Well, maybe I'll start by mentioning, there was a lot of lessons learned from 17th that we've carried over into our project here, including extending the red curb for better visibility. There's also more flexibility on Stewart because it's a little bit wider in some areas.
But not from Olympic to Virginia.
In the residential area, yeah.
That's the narrow part. So the rest of it, I think, is fantastic.
Which, sorry to interrupt, remember that the east side actually doesn't have a barrier. There is no barrier there. And so that reduces the I guess the challenge that drivers are having when they come out. And I think 17th also has a lot more driveways and they're much more narrow compared to Stewart, where there's alley access to people's parking. And so that changes it a little bit because they have wider access points than what you see on 17th.
I know there's even an apartment house on Kansas, just off Stewart, where most of those residents have to park on the street, and many of them use not only Kansas, but Stewart to find their night parking. So I'm not sure that it's going to ease the parking situation. It'll probably make it more difficult, even though, thank God, only 2 spaces are being taken. I appreciate your diligence on that, but I have the feeling there are other comments coming at me. Go ahead.
Yeah.
The big gun's out now.
Hi, thank you. Jason Klieger, Mobility Manager. Just wanted to add to a little nuance to the conversation. So on this stretch of Stewart where we do have the residential households that we're discussing, none of the properties have driveways that back out onto Stewart Street. There are some alleys, which will be a normal operation, and the mobile home park on the west side of the street has facilities on site where vehicles are able to enter the public right-of-way forward facing, so there's not going to be any of that issue that people have reported on 17th Street. And then in terms of the types of protection we use in Santa Monica, we really have 2 tools in our toolkit. It's the concrete protected medians or the plastic bollards that we use. And so, at this late hour, we wouldn't really be able to identify a third option that we haven't designed for.
We've been looking at this for 10 years, 11 years now, correct? So it's not really a late hour. We've had since whatever slide, I think the first public meetings were held in 2013, because I think I attended a couple of them.
Yeah, just to clarify, so the late hour refers to our funding obligations with our grant. And so we need to execute this contract.
Is there any other method for those 4 blocks, right, from really the train, past the trailer park, past the apartments on the east side of the street, up to, let's say, Kansas or Virginia, rather than the 2-foot wide block? Is there anything else that is done in the world that could be substituted that would make it better for residents and better for bicyclists? Because I certainly want bicyclists to be safe. I've also even heard from some bicyclists on 17th that they feel sort of hemmed in and it doesn't really feel safer. Now, I may have a selected group who's told me that, I'm not sure. But that's my concern. That's my only concern in this.
Yeah.
So there are only 2 methods available in the world?
Not in the world. I've seen other things used in other places, but in Santa Monica, we've also used different types of bollards, and we've also used the low, basically like wheel stop, rubberized on Broadway. And
are those working?
Well, we showed you a photo of a car parked in the protected lane on Broadway. So, I'm not saying it's not working.
We have that, I'm sorry to interrupt, Jason, but we have that everywhere. I mean, let me tell you, I saw twice in the last week on Ocean Avenue, California, where people went into the bike lane going northbound on the west side of the street and made their turn that way. It's illegal. They're not supposed to be doing that, but they were. I also saw on the California Incline twice in the last 10 days, which scared me to death, where cars went over the double yellow line and proceeded down the wrong way to the stoplight at Ocean, at PCH and California. So I see a bunch of things. I'm asking what would work that wouldn't be quite as onerous for those residents?
So as I was saying, nobody has to back out across the portion that we're discussing. And so our opinion is on the west side, where?
Right past the 10 freeway.
South of it?
It's south of it.
Yeah, so that part is not going to be, that's different. That is the part that Jackie stated is up on the sidewalk where we're repurposing the parkway to create a path. So
that'll be like 17th between what, like?
Right, near Olympic Boulevard where it comes up, yeah.
Right.
So that person who's backing out today has to back across a bike lane, and they will still continue to back across a bike path. That will actually be, raised, so hopefully more visible than it is today. So I think the proposal is an improvement on existing conditions and still takes into consideration the needs of the residents who drive and park on the corridor, but also encourages more people in our community to adopt cycling for daily trips.
So there's no other method you guys will look at? Okay.
Well, so we did evaluate,
just because of the problems we've already had with those barriers on 17th. I mean, there are, I just was at my car dealer, and someone had backed across the Seaman and torn out the back of his, torn out the undercarriage of his car, which is obviously, I'm not absolving that driver, but I also know it's hard to see that lower area, because there aren't, remember, that's one of the things we asked for on Broadway was to install bollards to make sure people could see the turns, they could see the areas, and it wasn't quite as hidden to them. Are we doing the same thing on Stewart?
Yeah, and that was a really great piece of feedback that we got from the community when we met out there with them at the town hall you were mentioning, and we did implement that. We put vertical delineators on the medians as well as the corner islands that have retro-reflective elements, and are these part of the project? Yeah, and so they're now part of our kind of normal operating procedure, a lesson learned, and a best practice that we employ with future design.
All right, thank you very much. I'm done. Councilmember Davis.
So I'm not familiar with Scandinavia, but I know in New York, Paris, and London, they use exactly the same kind of curb fixtures we use. I mean, that's been my experience in those three cities. And in Paris, the result has been they currently have more people riding bicycles than they do driving cars. I think you know that, right? So, I mean, I mean, we can always pick someone had a problem here. I mean, I can say stop signs shouldn't be installed because people run them all the time. But the idea is, what are we going to do to create the greater sense of safety for people who are not in automobiles? And, we're obviously talking to different people because I'm getting rave reviews for 17th Street. And I know people who are, for the first time, are out there biking with their little kids because they feel safe taking their kids on 17th Street. And they're very much looking forward to being able to expand their range, if you will. But I do want to address this issue. It seems to me that if we don't do this tonight, we lose the Metro funding, right?
Correct.
So whether we want to go back and say, go back to the drawing board, that's nice, but then it won't happen at all because the city certainly doesn't have the money to do that. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, so it seems to me it's tonight, it's now or never. Would that be a fair characterization?
Fair.
Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Zwick.
Thank you for the presentation and for the work. I know this is the first Metro stop in Santa Monica, and I've heard it expressed by many that we need better options for biking and walking to this crucial link in our public transit system. So thank you for that. I want to speak, I want to just drill down a little. I think, if I understand it correctly, Councilman Brock was, or Mayor Brock was speaking to the width of these concrete barriers being an issue, but as someone who bikes, my understanding is that's an area that allows both people in cars and bikes to feel safe so that someone could exit their vehicle without getting hit by a bike, or someone could ride their bike and not get doored by a car. Is that why that width is there?
That's correct. Yeah, that covers the door zone. So when people are opening
Right.
their
So if someone parked there and wanted to get out of their car, this would mean that they weren't opening their door into the bike lane.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, got it. And then, so when it comes to, you said, so this has been around 10 years, a process to sort of draw these designs, consult the community, all of that, but I think there was some confusion, and I think the Councilmember Davis touched on this, but the issue is not that we've been spending a long time already on it, but rather that we have very little time to exercise this money or lose it. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
It would be around $5.5 million, it sounded like?
Yeah, the total project is about 5.5. The grant itself is about 4 million.
Right, and that's most of which is money that we've either already spent or are being given by the state.
Yes, being given for construction by the state.
Got it. Okay, well, I see every reason to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'll add one thing, just because. Even though we pass this, you could still make changes if you wanted to some of the barriers. The barriers are not completely locked in forever, are they?
No, it's not, nothing's forever. It would be change orders and more fees.
Right, I understand,
obviously.
but it just because we asked you to change one thing wouldn't mean the project gets dumped. It's not.
It did go through review and approval processes with Metro, Rail Team, CPUC, and Caltrans.
Okay.
So they would need to also approve that.
Anybody have any comments? Or is everyone ready to vote? So I will vote for this, but I ask that you look at that barrier and see if there's anything different that can be put there. Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, I will say we are always exploring what are the best tools out there. I was also in New York 3 weeks ago, and I think part of all this change is really a culture change. They use concrete barriers just like we do here, but they're also yes, but they're also using them a little different in that I think it took years to train drivers to not park in the bike lane or ride in the bike lane, because they, in several sections throughout the city, they don't need to use the medians in the center sections of the corridors.
So it could keep bikers safer in the long run.
Yeah, and I
if we're
think it's just a
retraining
culture.
drivers.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and so some of this work is part of that effort. And it doesn't mean we have to continue down this path.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, can we have a roll call vote?
We need a motion.
I move the.
Oh, we need a motion, yes.
Second.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes?
Councilmember Parr?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Teroses?
Yes.
Mayor Brock?
Yes, and that motion passes unanimously. And Councilmember De La Torre can be asked to return to the room. And he is. Yeah.
Next item is public input on remaining agenda items. Public comment is permitted on ordinances for introduction and first reading. No public discussion is permitted on ordinances for second reading and adoption. And we have about 20 speakers. I will call the first 5 names. If you could please line up against the wall. And just as a reminder, when you do come up to speak, if you could please state for the record which items you're speaking on. Jerry Rubin, Chuck Powell, Herbert Hardy, Jennifer Smith, and John, or I just want to double check, is Matthew Sussin here? I think he left. Okay. John Pena. You may proceed, Mr. Rubin.
Thank you very, very much. Jerry Rubin, Santa Monica. I'd like to speak on item 16C, request of Mayor Brock and Vice Mayor Negrete that the city manager, city attorney, and city clerk develop and return to city council with recommendations to establish a youth commission or council based on best practices. Well, I must say this is a commendable, long overdue proposal. And I particularly remember it because it was about 25, 30 years ago that me, my wife Marissa, rented a room at the Ken Edwards Center, and with gratitude to Oscar Della Torre, as the director of the Pico Youth and Family Center at the time, that most of the 30, 40 youths that came that night in a wonderful discussion about creating a youth commission happened. But like a lot of things, sometimes good things don't happen right away, but the time comes, and maybe like a good aged wine, they're even better right now. So this is commendable because we always want to hear from our youth. And Santa Monica does a lot to help youth, but they really don't get the opportunity, especially the underage youth that aren't old enough to vote yet, to have input and to advise the city council on issues that are important to them. And so I really hope you make this a priority. I know Malibu does it. We took a trip out there and saw that they do good stuff, and other cities have it. And I think it would be a worthwhile thing to do. And I really, really applaud you for putting this on the agenda again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rubin.
Chuck Powell?
Yes, good evening, council members. My name is Chuck Powell, and I'm a representative for the Western States Regional Council of Carpenters, and I'm here to oppose the project for 11B. It's time that we put a stop to these developers. The greed in these developers, it needs to stop. This developer, EHA, has been known to hire contractors that take advantage of the workers, and it's time that we put a stop to that. Also, we need to look at local hire, people in the area that are in dire need of jobs. That's a huge thing across everywhere. Is local hire. Cuts down on the emissions that people have to travel to go to work. Again, with the bike lane and all the other things that going on, it helps with the traffic if you're local hire and not driving 80 miles. I'm a 36-year member of the union, so I've had to drive many times San Diego, San Bernardino, up to Santa Barbara to look for work. So local hire would be an awesome thing that that I had to miss out on baseball games and dance recitals for my 5 kids over the years of raising them to keep a roof over their head by having to travel to find a decent job. I have 2 sons in the trade as well, and I don't want them to have to go through what I did to secure work close home. So local hire is a huge thing for me. Missing out on those things is key.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Herbert Hardy? I'm sorry.
Yes, Herbert Hardy. Yes, my name is Herbert Hardy. I'm a representative as well, like my partner Chuck, for the Western States Regional Council of Carpenters. And I'm here also to oppose the Project 11B that is going to be awarded to EAH Housing. In addition to that, the reason why we're in opposition of this project is because they don't utilize contractors that pay area standard wages. And what we mean by area standard wages, there's a lot of projects in the city of Santa Monica, for instance, on Lincoln Boulevard, where we have properties, developers by Tishman Speyer, where we got guys coming into town getting paid $120 a day, 5 days a week, that's $600. And these guys are not being able to contribute, taxpayer money. Like, we're not able to fund the police. We're not able to fund the fire department. We're not able to fund the libraries. And it's important that you guys have a great opportunity to hold a developer accountable with using skilled and trained labor. In addition to that, hiring local and responsible contractors that's going to pay a area standard wage. Everybody has the right to have health care, have a good job with benefits, and some of these contractors that are being utilized by EAH on several projects, they don't get those benefits. And it's very important. Everybody deserves, if you're going to build in this community, you should be able to get paid a fair wage. So I think you guys have a great opportunity to talk to the developer and make sure that we can hire responsible general contractors, subcontractors, and people who are able to have affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Jennifer Smith. And Ms. Smith, before you get started, I'm going to call some more names. John Penna, Michael Masucci, Jonathan Foster, John Alley, Jessica Rogers, and Crispin Carrasco. You may proceed.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for having me and letting me speak here. I'm talking about 16B, about grad night at Samo High. So thank you so much for considering this item on your agenda tonight. I think most of you know it's a 33-year tradition at Samo High, and it keeps our kids safe on the most dangerous night of their lives thus far. So we really appreciate you considering this. And being sort of part of like sort of a new crew post-pandemic and kind of crazy inflation era that we have going on, we are before you to ask you to really help support the kids on that night. We were a little shocked at the enormity of the event and the financial responsibility it takes to make it happen, but we know it's such a beloved event. Everywhere I go in Santa Monica, when I tell them I work on grad night, they're like, I went to grad night. I loved grad night. It was the most fun night of my, that it was such a fun night, and I'll remember it forever. So we'd really like to keep this tradition, going, and we know that it's worth the effort. And our goal is to get kids in the door, and we do have an 85% rate. I'd like to see that a little higher, and we do not turn anyone away for financial reasons. So we don't want to overburden kids in terms of thinking that the ticket prices are too high, and so because it does cost. Now it costs about $130,000 to $140,000 for this event, which feels so enormous, but so worth keeping those kids safe. And half of that money is community raised. So we are. So we just want to make sure that every kid can get in who wants to come, and we are rebuilding and we're regrouping and we're rebranding and we're having a community event right before grad night happens. All of you will be invited, so people can see what we're doing and see the effort that's put in and see the love and care that we give our kids. So this $20,000 that we're asking you to donate gets 100 kids.
Thank you very much, Ms. Smith.
Next is Michael Masucci. And Mr. Masucci, you're speaking on behalf of the Arts Commission?
Yes, sir.
And you have a presentation.
And you have 5 minutes, sir.
And can we launch my PowerPoint? Thank you so much. Mr. Mayor, council persons, senior staff, my name is Michael Masucci. I've been an Arts Commissioner for many years, and among my proudest moments is working with 3 of the seminal cultural institutions in Santa Monica College, Bergamont Station Arts Center, and the 18th Street Arts Center, in creating a new grassroots, homegrown DIY initiative that I think is a template, not the only template, but a template for how volunteerism and both the public and private sectors in the arts here in Santa Monica can work together, can collaborate, can use resources, and together can imagine the future of the arts. So starting with nothing, today and counting, we have 16 venues, 18 confirmed events, a 6-month festival celebrating the synthesis of art and science, focusing on a diverse and highly fascinating works of digital art. And by digital art, I do not just mean pictures. I mean virtually every kind of art used today. Visual arts, try this. No, let's try that. Sorry, guys. So, when this began, the notion is that Santa Monica College is one of the seminal local places for digital media. Now, although it's known as a two-year college, its only four-year program is in interactive design. And in interactive design, that is at the core of a worldwide revolution in both education and everything we take for granted. We are defining, for the purpose of this festival, a corridor, starting at Santa Monica College's Broad Stage and Barrett Gallery, going up through SMC's major campus, through 18th Street Arts Center, through Bergamot Station, and culminating at Santa Monica College's Center for Media and Design. Multiple locations, and we're imagining over the time of, this is an inaugural year, we are imagining, including the public library, the Miles Playhouse, I see the name Miles misspelled, and ultimately Camera Obscura, and then ultimately over time, every cultural and educational facility and asset within this region. Next slide. Since Santa Monica College began this, it began with scholars, but then very quickly expanded to a very family-friendly, inclusive, accessible, and diverse community. But we started with yeses from left to right. Joel Ferrer from LACMA. LACMA's head of digital laboratories and design. Next to Joel, Melanie Lenz of the Victoria and Albert Museum in London. She's the chief curator there of digital media. Next to Melanie, Dr. Pietro Regolo of the Getty Research Institute, an expert and curator in contemporary art. And finally, Dina Cheng, an artist in her own right, exhibited at the Museum of Modern Art, but also a curator at Sotheby's. Next slide. 3 campuses of Santa Monica College fully on board. The Barrett, the main campus, the Center for Media and Design. Next slide, please. Starting with one gallery, Robert Berman's gallery at Bergamot, expanding to 4 galleries, then to 6 galleries, and as of 2 days ago, 10 galleries at Bergamot Station, plus Writers Boot Camp. Why writers? Imagine writing a screenplay or making a movie without digital technology. Bergamot Station is a de facto hub, not only for DNA, but for the entire Pacific Standard Times Getty's initiative, starting in Santa Barbara, going to San Diego, going to Palm Springs, and yes, ground zero here with 6 events at Bergamot as part of PST. Next slide. 18th Street Arts Center was the last to come on board in a big way with both campuses. And it'll be ranging from dealing with environmental issues to some of the ethical and legal concerns of intellectual property in the digital age. And how early do you begin sticking a digital appliance on your child? Next slide. This is a rare and innovative combination. My time is up. I thank you very much.
I'll let you have 1 more minute.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So far, we have gotten support. We got a very happy email to a young scholar originally from Russia studying here in the United States for her PhD. And this Russian scholar is studying art and science events that took place in Santa Monica in the 1990s, less than 20 blocks from here. When you talk about Santa Monica's history, you cannot exclude its very real contributions to digital art. So Cultural Affairs gave one of their micro grants to a young student getting her PhD working with Santa Monica College. We've also received grants from SIGGRAPH. We've received, as one of the artists here will say, she got a very substantial grant from Epson, and Peroni is contributing both non-alcoholic and alcoholic beverages for most of the events. Next slide, please. We're going to go to telepresence. We'll skip these because I'm out of time. This is the first year. We are going to come back next year when this is the 150th anniversary of Santa Monica next year. We want to go far beyond what we're doing this year. But where we're starting, we are very proud. We are very happy to be collaborating with great institutions, and we love to see the support that may be going to them. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker is Jonathan Foster. And Mr. Foster, I have you signed up several times. Are you speaking on multiple items?
Well, I didn't speak the last 2 minutes, so I was going to do 4 minutes on this 16 items.
On multiple 16 items?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, if you could just state for the record which item.
Great. I think it's 16C, 16I. On 16C, I don't have a whole bunch to say. Just I may be overstepping my bounds a little bit, but I wonder about all the brainwashing that goes on in government, where you have young people come up, you already brainwashed them before they could really get into government. On the positive side, I've seen a lot of people who don't know a lot about government get elected, and then they come in here and they don't know what they're doing, actually. So maybe it's a good thing, you know, maybe I don't see it. So let me start with this one. I guess I got to turn the volume up. Let's see if this works. I don't know. 16.
Motion passes 4-3.
16I.
Let's move on to the next item,
This was
please.
two weeks, 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, you need to. Do we have a motion to end the meeting or continue the meeting? Councilmember Delatorre.
Yeah, I move that we continue the meeting past 11 p.m.
So you're gonna continue the meeting, and you guys on this last council meeting, you talked about this needle program in the parks, and I don't agree with it. But what I came to speak about is what I've said many times, is that I don't get to hear the discussion and then comment on the discussion of the elected people's talking back and forth about stuff. Hey, what did you just say? Or this person said, I was like, wait, that's a bunch of bullshit too. And this other person's saying, so I want to talk about that, but I don't get that opportunity. And you guys spent an hour and 20 minutes talking about this, okay, for just a resolution, a piece of paper or something, or maybe even just an email. You spent an hour and 20 minutes on this. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of you, and it could have been done in 7 minutes. All of you are very smart people, capable people that I like to throw under the bus on the stuff that you don't. But if I see you over there, I'll say hello. It's not like I'm really going to be doing anything to you, but really, this could have been done in 7 minutes. But here you were taking a vote to extend past 11, but this could have been done in 7 minutes. But you took an hour and 20 minutes to do this. And you, past Mayor Gleam, you had rattled off a whole pile of stuff that you did this, and so finally, I don't want to do this, or you do want, or you thought it was good, and everybody else went through this long list of stuff. And it could have been done in 7 minutes. I don't like this, or yes, I do like this, this and this and this is why, and you could have been done. And this is the problem in here. This is why I don't get to hear the discussion, and you guys are running all the citizens over because we don't get to hear what you talked about. And it's poor, bad, disgusting government, what you all are doing. Who I like to say hi on there if I see you on Montana or whatever, but this is really wrong. This is really wrong. LAPD is doing this. LA City Council is doing this. Seems like it's starting to happen all over the place, and this is just bad, poor government. So I thought for what do you call it, a skit would do this. Let's use the mayor. Mayor, how about me and you? We're gonna talk about what we're gonna do with the mayor. Mayor, you say something about it. And then you could say whatever you want, and then we're going to have a discussion. And after you hear what we say, what we're going to do with you, you're going to be like, oh, can I say something about it? We're going to be like, no, we can't. You already had a time to talk. We decided what we're going to do with your ASS, and so you can't say anything about it, even though we're not going to do anything to you because I love you and God bless you. But you have to change this process.
Thank you very much.
Next is John Alley.
Speaking on 16I. Council finally, 19 months after having sent a general letter to the Board of Supervisors, and now that a lawsuit has been filed that's not going away, has become willing to take action to end the illegal needle and glass pipe distribution program in our parks. So far, it's been all talk and no action. Council, why are you not calling out the real culprit in allowing this program to continue on in the first place? We know that City Manager David White, despite the City Council having made a formal request to end the program back in September 2022, continued to coordinate and expand the program with Gary Tsai from the county, Police Chief Batista, and former Chief Alvarez, Fire Chief. Those meetings took place without the required notification of the City Council and wishes of Santa Monica residents. This document is still binding. It's between the Santa Monica City and the County Health Department. It prevents our city manager and county health from beginning any health-related program without the express approval of the city. David White, you disregarded the agreement. This is a joint statement David White and Gary Tsai were drafting that puts Santa Monica on record as endorsing the needle distribution. The real offenders are Gleam, Trosis, and Zwick, who protect the city manager from getting fired. He should be fired for allowing the destruction of businesses, quality of our parks, our life and safety on the streets. It's time to stop the horrendous experiment of pushing needles and glass pipes on addicts in public spaces in the name of, quote, a new way of connecting with them. Provide medical support and recovery away from our parks. I have another 2 minutes.
Did you get time donated? Right here. Oh, okay. And I'm sorry, what's your name? Gotcha. Okay.
Gleam, Trosis, and Zwick. Barbara Ferrer has stated, you have the mic. Barbara Ferrer has stated 4 times to us that there is no science or backup evidence this distribution works. Barbara Ferrer and Gary Tsai admit the program is based on models, a social experiment. David White was our city's second choice for city manager. In Fairfield, California, he mishandled HUD funds, paid for work that was never done, and for personnel that was never hired. The U.S. Department of Justice announced a settlement, and Fairfield was ordered to repay the U.S. government. The employee whistleblower as well, who was fired. David White was demoted from city manager to deputy city manager. In his last job in Berkeley, his stated goal was to, quote, reimagine public safety. Well, David White left Berkeley with one of the highest crime rates in America compared to communities of all sizes. How can any of you remain silent and not express condolences to your own employees who were stabbed and others attacked by transient addicts, cut and injured by discarded sharp pipes while working in our parks and on the promenade? And City Manager David White, how in the world can you direct or personally have others on your staff reassign employees who voice concern over the dangers they see in our parks and common areas?
Thank you, Mr. Alley.
Next is Crispin Carrasco. And Mr. Carrasco, before you get started, I'm going to call some more names. Jeff Gordon, Federico Galavis, Nicole Ferries, Deepa Subramanian, and Janet Owen Driggs. You may proceed. You may proceed.
Good evening, board members. My name is Crispin Carrasco. I'm a union carpenter also. The reason why I'm here is like my other co-workers, we strongly opposed to the item 11B. And the reason why is because this developer is not committed to work with responsible contractors. Responsible contractors who pay the fees, they pay the workers, and they provide tax forms to their employees. We have in a lot of these projects, we walk around and we check, and I can tell you for a fact, I did this on my own, as doing my job, they pay cash to those workers. So when you pay cash to your workers, you're losing thousands of dollars in taxes. This property, it belongs to the city. So how can is that possible? You guys committed to hire a contractor or developer who's not willing to pay the fair share in taxes. When everybody, the city of Santa Monica, it deserves to have taxes, also deserve to have an affordable housing. These things go hand to hand. So what we hear is to let you guys understand, because I understand you guys are so busy. You got so many things on their hands. And then and it's hard and difficult to check every single item until somebody brings to you guys to your attention. Then you look at it, then you think about it, and then you reassess and find the right solution. Please consider this, because we fight not just for our work as a union carpenter, we fight for the other guys that cannot speak themselves. They cannot say anything.
Jeff Gordon?
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor Brock, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, and staff. I'm Jeff Gordon, founder of Writers Boot Camp and current head of the Gallery Association, the Tenant Association at Bergamot Station. I'm here to speak on 16F in support of your consideration for DNA Festival Santa Monica. I'm speaking specifically in support of this inaugural festival and to further acknowledge the vision of Michael Masucci and Robert Berman. The city's support is a vital jumpstart for the impending calendar, and the volunteer steering committee is gathering gradual support, corporate and private support, including advisors from Google, Amazon, Snapchat, entertainment industry partners and names, and local partners like the Georgian Hotel. Santa Monica plays a part in the history of the digital new art, which Arts Commissioner and artist Mr. Masucci has a certain expertise about. As head of Bergamot's Gallery Association, it's an example of what we can do that's so positive for Santa Monica and the arts. And some of you may recall that our original founder and then the developer after him discouraged the galleries from working together. DNA is an example of such a positive combination of initiatives that we're doing. And while I felt there's been some unfinished business at Bergamot, DNA is exciting new business, which can put some of the negative narratives in the past. Council support can contribute to the creation of a cultural corridor, and this initiative is homegrown. While Freeze LA is exciting for a week, this can bring ongoing greater direct benefit to the general community. While being fortunate that Bergamot has had room for Writers Boot Camp, I feel it's always important to emphasize the nuance that 19 of the 25 tenants are small businesses but who are fine art galleries, and that's Bergamot's superpower. One of the amazing synchronicities of DNA is that Getty's PST is in conjunction with many of the galleries associated. So thank you. We really appreciate your support.
Thank you, Mr. Gordon.
Federico Galavis?
Hello, good evening, Council Member, Mayor. Thanks for letting us come here and speak. I'm Federico Galavis. I'm an artist, resident of Santa Monica, and I'm one of the art commissioners of the city of Santa Monica. When I joined the Art Commission, I decided to join the Art Commission because I felt that Santa Monica has lost its soul. Like, I felt that Santa Monica, had really become an importer. They're just like, the gentlemen were talking about, carpentry and labor. Like, everything is being imported, and the city and the city residents and the communities are being forgotten. But to not talk about my greater mission on the Art Commission, I wanna ask for your support on the DNA Art Festival, because this is what the core of the soul of Santa Monica is about. It's about empowering the community, empowering the artistic revolution from within, so we can show the world what we have. I feel like Free-LA has given us a second chance. We're blessed to have Free-LA, but we cannot sit on our laurels, think that because Free-LA is coming here, suddenly we're an art city or an art hub of the world. Look at, South Beach, look at Miami, how they have seized the opportunity of having Art Basel, and they have created, like, probably at this point, more than 20 art fairs around it that the city supports. Like, this is a great opportunity for us. We have, the Getty. We're under the umbrella of the Pacific Standard Time. It could not be a better opportunity for us to step up and give our community the art that they deserve. And on the other hand, we're reaching out to every art institution to be a part of it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Nicole Ferries?
Okay, I'm speaking on 16B. I think some of you can guess that already. So, dear Mayor Brock, Mayor Pro Tem Negrete, and esteemed council members, thank you for the support of Samo High Grad Night over the years. We're extremely grateful for the council's sustained support, and we ask you to continue that support at an increased level this year. For more than 30 years, Grad Night has celebrated Samo High seniors while keeping them safe from harm on what is statistically the most dangerous night of a teenager's life. With this in mind, students are not excluded from attending the event due to the cost of the ticket. Scholarships are provided for students if they need it and ask for it. We want everyone who wants to attend Grad Night to come, and we don't want cost to be a barrier. The kids have an opportunity to make memories with their classmates and friends for a last time on campus as a student. 2024 will mark the third year Grad Night is back after a 2-year hiatus due to COVID quarantine. We're trying to balance the increased cost of putting on the event, and I think Jennifer explained that to you, my co-chair, while we're working to fulfill our goal for providing tickets for all the students who want to attend, even those who can't afford the cost of the ticket. This is where the city's support is crucial and much appreciated. Please join with many community members in continuing the Samo High Grad Night tradition. Again, thank you for your support over the years. We hope that you will continue the support for this wonderful community tradition. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Deepa Subramaniam?
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Phil Brock and council members. My name is Deepa Subramanian. I am the current chair of the Public Arts Committee, City of Santa Monica, and I also serve as one of the art commissioners, the City of Santa Monica. And joining Michael Masucci, Jeff Gordon, and Federico, I'm speaking in support of item 16F, which is the forthcoming Digital Art Festival titled DNA. At the outset, I'd firstly like to thank the city for supporting the festival, which promises to collectively embrace the concepts of community, identity, and social engagement. The festival definitely promises and provides a compelling glimpse into the aesthetic tapestries that define the city of Santa Monica. And the fact that some of the iconic entities of Santa Monica, such as the 18th Street Arts Center, the Bergamot Station Arts District, and the Santa Monica College have come forward to embrace this event is truly commendable. And I understand that the festival also plans on bringing artists and panelists from across the world, and this is going to see some major openings across the top galleries in Santa Monica during the event. And I do believe that any city that can truly call itself global should have the ability to look outwards while also staying true to its tradition. And I think a digital art festival such as this provides the right framework for it. I would also like to reiterate the fact that the success of an endeavor of this caliber will need to sustain itself through patrons and champions of art who can help accelerate its growth through their support share. I show my solidarity to this event, and thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Janet Owen Driggs, and Ms. Driggs, before you get started, I'm going to call the last names on the list. Mona Kuhn, Judy Kruger, Denise Barton, Teresa Marasco, Kevin Kozel, and Mike Sullivan. You may proceed.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Janet Owen-Driggs. I'm an art historian, and it's my pleasure tonight to be here on behalf of the 18th Street Arts Centre to ask for support for DNA, the inaugural Digital Arts Festival that you've all been hearing about, which we hope will become an annual event. So many of the innovations that have transformed our lives in the last 40 years were born or nurtured or in some way are connected with Santa Monica. I'd like to mention one of them that I am curating an exhibition about, which will be presented as part of the DNA Festival. This was the world's first satellite map of the Earth as it appears from space, but without the clouds. Made in 1990, this was before the World Wide Web was even invented, and launched into the world on Earth Day 1990. It was created by a Santa Monica artist. He had a studio in Santa Monica for 30 years, Tom Van Sant. The Geosphere image, as it is called, provided scientists, activists, and policymakers with the world's first accurate global base map on which to visualize the unity of Earth's ecosystems. It demonstrated an environmentally driven post-Cold War function for military technology, and it opened the door for Google Earth. I'm delighted to be curating a show about the Geosphere project for 18th Street that I said will be part of the DNA Festival. And I think that this festival is going to be able to harness Santa Monica's history at the intersection.
Thank you very much.
Of art and technology.
Thank you.
Oops, sorry, my list jumped. Ms. Mona Kuhn, correct?
Yeah, good evening. I'm here to show my support and ask for your support of the DNA Festival. My name is Mona Kuhn. I'm a visual artist. I have been an artist for 30 years. I have had various international exhibitions in Europe, US, and Asia. But most importantly, I have been part of the Santa Monica artistic community for more than 20 years. The gallery that represents my work is at Bergamont Station, and it does represent a source of livelihood for me. I am working on a exhibition of multimedia and sound installation to coincide with the DNA Festival and the Getty PST initiative. If there is any question in regards to funding and private commitment, I'm here to represent artists that do have that kind of support. For example, in my case, I have confirmed the commitment of Epson for my military-grade laser projectors, which is the equivalent of about $50,000. I would like the city of Santa Monica to consider supporting the DNA so that we can create a certain critical mass and we can capitalize on the fact that more people will be coming, more people will be going not just to the art events, but also the restaurants and the hotels, among everything else. I appreciate being here tonight, and I appreciate you considering supporting DNA Festival. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Judy Kruger. Ms. Kruger, have you signed up multiple times? Are you speaking on multiple items?
That was a technical error. I apologize. No,
no worries.
Just one.
Okay. No worries.
Good evening, Mayor Brock and council members. I'm Judy Kruger with the Santa Monica Chamber of Commerce, and I'm speaking on item 11A, the business license fee modernization. And I have to say a huge thank you to the city manager and city staff for the tremendous amount of outreach to the business community for months, giving us a heads up that this consideration and discussion was coming down the pipeline. In fact, the city staff spoke to the Business Improvement District meeting, as well as our Government Affairs meeting and board, and reached out multiple times to get feedback from the business community. That's truly extraordinary, but also very much appreciated. And as we look at what the staff recommendations would be, we certainly support and appreciate the small business exemption and micro business exemption up to 100,000. I do have to mention our concern about fee increase to large businesses, and especially the concern that it may disincentivize workers to return to their office place. In fact, it has been suggested that the city consider a staggered fee rate, especially for big businesses, of 0.125 up to 250 million, and 0.250 over 250 million, with a cap at a double rate increase. It has also been suggested to exclude shares, but have it a cash basis on employee pay. And then finally, we would request that the fees that do come in there would be a portion of it set aside for additional staff to help with permitting and the permitting process. And again, we appreciate the conversations we've had, and so we respectfully request that we extend a few more days and comments to get
Thank you very much.
Denise Barton.
Hi, I'll be speaking on 11A, 16B, 16C, and 16I. Good evening on 11A. In looking at the staff report, I have to wonder if you're trying to get other businesses from other cities to get their business licenses here, even though their business is in another city, due to the slightly lower business tax rate, which can be seen under the small business exemption, where the first sentence says, per Santa Monica Municipal Code 6.04.025, a small business is defined as an in-city business with annual gross receipts of no more than $40,000 annually. Yet later in the paragraph, it refers to expanding it to all businesses that conduct business within the city, with staff's estimation that extending the exemption to out-of-city businesses after increasing the small business exemption would reduce annual revenue by $700,000 to $800,000. Almost all of these business license tax modernizations result in a revenue loss, which is very interesting considering you are unable to properly staff the police department. Although I do agree with increasing the small business exemption to $100,000 instead of $40,000. Although I think you completely miss the correlation between your radical social experiment of letting the city be ruled by criminals, drug users, and dealers, and the homeless, and refuse to do what is needed to keep businesses here and attract more, which is to significantly beef up the police department. Otherwise, I see this as a reason to say we don't have any more money for police after all of your special interests, which is a practice is doing service to no one within the city and community. Next, on item 16B, since it's the largest amount from March 16, 2024, City Council agenda carried over until tonight, which is $20,000. Because with Council members Davis, Zwick, and Terosas, additional items of 16A, $10,000, and 16D, I think it is, $8,033, it comes to a grand total of $38,333. But with an unprogrammed balance amount of $49,681, would that mean Council members Davis, Zwick, and Terosas are trying to monopolize the end of the City Council's discretionary funds? I ask because with a balance of just under $11,350, with items 16F of $10,000 and 16G of $5,000, you're already running a deficit of $3,652. So you'll have to wait until your next budget round to give yourselves more money. Yet you can't properly staff all of the city's libraries for the children, but you can spend and spend and spend on your special interests. Next, 16C. While being an admirable proposal, I would question any additional expenditures at this point with the Powell lawsuits continuing. And doesn't the city have a youth day already where the children take the place of city officials? Maybe you could expand that to 2 days a year and do it on Fridays that City Hall's closed so it doesn't take another day away from the public. I also question you putting more work on staff considering the public still does not have direct access to services at City Hall as it did before the pandemic. The pandemic is over, right? And wouldn't the limited resources the city has now be better spent opening the libraries with staff or an ADA person who is not already a city staff with another position, often unqualified or conflicting? But as I said, it's an admirable proposal, but at this time I personally see it as financially infeasible. And finally, on item 16I, I do agree with removing the needle distribution program out of the parks and to an indoor location. But I have to take issue with your proclamation that harm reduction services lessen the transmission of infectious diseases. I encourage you to look at the CDC webpage for their syringe service program, where under prevention of infectious disease, it says HIV infections increased 12% from 2014 to 2019 among people who injected drugs. And hepatitis C, there was a 4.9-fold increase in reported cases from 2010 to 2019 among people who injected drugs. So besides there being no referral or treatment services collection of used needles, the LA County Health Department is putting out untrue propaganda regarding transmission of infectious diseases. But I am glad to see that 3 city council members are seeing the concern about the program from the community. And for the others, please remember, the way you vote tonight will tell whether you represent the residents in the community or the drug addicts and the drug dealers you brought here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Barton.
Next is Teresa Marasco. And Ms. Marasco, you're speaking on behalf of the Housing Commission?
First, I signed up again. I'd like to speak on my own behalf on 8B for vacancy for someone on the Housing Commission. Good evening, Mayor Brock. I don't know where Vice Mayor Negrete went, but and council members.
I'm sorry, Ms. Marasco, you can't speak on 8B. That's a continued item.
Oh, that's right. I'm so sorry. You're correct. Okay. Well, let's just skip over that. I am here on behalf of the Housing Commission as the Vice Chair at the request of the Chair, Michelle Gray, speaking on 11B. I'm speaking on behalf of the Santa Monica Housing Commission regarding the EAH presentation concerning the project located at 1318 4th Street, Santa Monica, 90401. That was delivered at the March 7th, 2024 Housing Commission meeting. While the Commission was not provided a copy of the EAH slide presentation or supporting materials in advance, we were able to ask important questions about building design materials, parking, environmental issues, layout, community space, commercial space, and the chosen service provider for permanent supportive housing services. During our discussion, the Housing Commission expressed a number of concerns, including the potential for disruptive traffic because 3rd and 4th Streets are commercial zones and heavier traffic could be caused by the use of the attendant commercial space. Serious concerns were expressed about insufficient parking for tenants, as well as the belief stated by EAH representatives that low-income tenants need cars less than other residents, which the Housing Commission strenuously refuted. The Housing Commission was pleased to see balconies shown in the renderings. When asked if they intended to actually provide balconies, EAH stated that they probably would not build balconies due to the fear that balconies would be used for storage. The Housing Commission expressed concern about the second unfounding belief expressed by EAH about low-income tenants and pointed out that such fear is baseless and in any case insufficient reason to deprive tenants of balconies, which are important factors in helping tenants feel at home and access sun, fresh air, and outdoor space, all of which increase tenants' quality of life, which enhances stability. The Housing Commission also expressed concern that fully ADA-compliant disability accessibility was not reflected in the current design and must be included in the final plans, as well as concerns about using environmentally safe materials and avoiding using concrete and quartz countertops as they are toxic to humans. The Housing Commission emphasized the need for sufficient number of windows to allow for natural light, a key component of quality of life and especially important to support the mental health of formerly homeless people, many of whom experience high rates of trauma. EAH was also encouraged to utilize solar panels to aid in tenant energy savings as well as sustainability. The people concerned is EAH's chosen service provider for the 4th Street Project Permanent Supportive Housing Services. In light of the recent Santa Monica Audit Subcommittee report showing a $1.4 million deficit and numerous resident complaints about the people concerned, the Housing Commission expressed serious and valid concern about the people concerned's ability to provide all necessary services in compliance with their contract. After robust discussion, the Housing Commission unanimously voted to recommend that City Council approve the current EAH plans, taking into consideration option 1 for reasons of speed, cost per unit, and low environmental impact, that there be a small but meaningful ground rent to cover services for the people living there, and at the end of the lease term, it is returned back to the city without any conditions. Further, the Housing Commission recommends that EAH consider other service providers than the people concerned if there are any breaches of their contract. The Housing Commission thanks you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Marasco.
Thank you.
Next is Mike Sullivan.
Hi, Mike Sullivan, born at St. John's and been selling cars here for 48 years. I'm here to speak on 11A, opposed to it. In my 7 stores here in Santa Monica, the business tax would jump $900,000 next year. It's an unrealistic number in my world to think that we have $900,000 that we just would be produced. And I brought a couple of examples of the Volkswagen store in Santa Monica. This year paid $27,800. Next year we proposed same sales would be $107,000. The corresponding store in Hawthorne paid $51,000. The Subaru store in Santa Monica paid $26,000. The proposed would go to $114,000. A much bigger Subaru store in Hawthorne would paid $83,000. Some of the bigger stores, like a big Porsche store on the freeway in Hawthorne, it paid was the biggest, $155,000 a year. The proposal next year would take Lexus Santa Monica to $300,000, and Toyota Santa Monica, no comparison to Porsche as far as sales of cars or profits. The Toyota store would go to $195,000. So anyway, I just think it's a big jump, and it's unrealistic in the business world. And I'm pleased that we're having conversations about it, and so thank you for that. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan.
And there is one more speaker, Robert Berman. I'm sorry.
I think this is called the cleanup batter. So, Mayor Brock and the rest of your commissioners, I want to thank you from everybody at Bergamot Station for what you did about 2 months ago when you gave us your unanimous support to keep going, to keep showing art, even though the sword of Damocles was hanging over our head that possibly any day, well, any year, Bergamot can be taken away from us. But we have now been there this September 30 years. So this is our 30-year anniversary coming up. And we are very proud to be there, and we're very proud that for the first time something has happened that's never happened in the art world in Santa Monica before, maybe anywhere, where the Arts Commission, the Cultural Affairs, the commercial galleries have basically come together to form this event, which is called DNA Festival Santa Monica. And we have a website, which I'd love you all to go to, which is dnafestivalsm.com. We are asking for your support now, both as the city of Santa Monica and for some money to help us bring in these experts from around the world who will be speaking at our events. This is not a one-night event. Some of you might remember GLOW, where I believe the city spent hundreds of thousands of dollars for one night. We're talking about Santa Monica College. We're talking about 18th Street. We're talking about the airport. We're talking about Bergamot Station.
Thank you very much, Mr. Berman.
And that concludes public input. Item 8A, appointment to one unscheduled vacancy on the Arts Commission for a term ending on June 30, 2027. And we have 5 applicants for this one seat: Kara Fox, William Kerala, Ethan Koretsky, Rob Ramirez, and Eric Warren.
And let's go around the horn. Does anyone have any recommendations for this appointment?
Ramirez?
Yeah, Ramirez.
Oh, sorry.
Christine Parra.
Ramirez.
Ramirez? Okay. Anyone else? Okay. I see no other request to appoint someone else. We can do a voice vote on this since it's one? Okay.
Acclamation.
Acclamation? Okay. All in favor? Aye. Mr. Ramirez, congratulations. You're on the Arts Commission.
Item 6B, appointment to one unscheduled vacancy on the Housing Commission for a term ending on June 30, 2025. We have 7 applicants for this seat, but this seat is earmarked for a person who is at least aged 62 and a participant in a housing program. And those 3 applicants are Sheila Finley, Deborah Lynch, and Linda Rush.
I will recommend Deborah Lynch.
Linda Rush.
Okay, Linda Rush and Deborah Lynch. Is there a third? Okay.
Okay, Councilman De La Torre?
Lynch.
Councilman Torosis?
Rush.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
She's not in the room at this time.
All right, do we want to hold off until she comes back then? Because typically.
Probably should.
Yeah, let's hold off.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize she had stepped out.
That's all right. Let's move on to the next item and come back to this. She is? Oh. Okay, we'll hold them. Thank you, City Manager White.
She was gone for the first one then, too. Should we reopen that vote?
Sure.
I guess we should then. So we'll vacate the first vote and re-vote on that. And then we have 2 candidates for the second position for the Housing Commission.
We'll play the video again.
No, thank you.
You want to go make sure she's okay? Okay. Let's take a 3-minute recess. So if it's time to go to the restroom or something else, we'll resume in about 3.5 minutes. Thank you. And we have one person so far who was nominated, Bob Ramirez. And Councilmember Negrete, do you have anyone else? Nope. Okay, so we're going to take a roll call vote once again.
Or we can do it by acclamation if everyone approves.
Huh?
We can do it by acclamation again.
You can do it by acclamation.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, you're right.
There's no other.
See, the allergy pills getting to me. I couldn't even hear that.
Better not be sick.
Okay. Bob Ramirez, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Bob Ramirez, once again, for the second time tonight, you're an Arts Commissioner. Congratulations. Okay, Housing Commission.
So we have, I'm sorry. We have a nomination by Mayor Brock for Deborah Lynch, a nomination by Councilmember Terosas for Linda Rush. Are there any more nominations? Okay, and we will proceed. Councilmember De La Torre.
Lynch.
Councilmember Terosas.
Rush.
Rush.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
Lynch.
Councilmember Davis.
Rush.
Councilmember Parra.
Lynch.
Councilmember Zwick.
Rush.
And Mayor Brock.
Deborah Lynch.
Okay.
And that's a 4-3 vote. Anyone want to change?
Happy to change my vote.
Yeah, I'll change my vote as well.
Okay, so Councilmember Terosas? Did you want to change your vote or stick with your?
Sorry, I was just discussing how none of these people ever reach out to us, so I read their applications, my bad. I will change my vote, thanks.
Okay, so that vote becomes 7-0. Deborah Lynch, you're now on the Housing Commission. Thank you very much.
Item 11A, the business license tax modernization. Should be working now. Okay, I saw you changed that. Yep. Yep. Oh, nope.
Yeah. I'm loud, but good evening, Mayor and Vice Mayor and City Council members. My name is Stephanie Manglaris. I'm the Assistant City Treasurer. I am joined tonight by your Finance Director, Oscar Santiago, Haley Favre-Smith, the Business License Administrator, and our consultants, Eric Myers from HDL and Andy Belknap from Baker Tilly. Tonight, I present the results and recommendations from the business license modernization work that has been conducted by staff and consultants over the last year. The revenue collected from the business license program is integral to the health of the general fund and an important resource to advance the City Council's strategic priorities and maintain essential services. The basis and guide for this work was City Council's 5 priorities. We believe that the recommendations presented tonight will distribute the cost of taxation more equitably, promote and encourage business in Santa Monica, and improve tax administration and compliance. City staff and consultants conducted a comprehensive study of the existing business license tax ordinance and identified ways to improve and modernize the business license tax program. Tonight, we ask Council to consider the proposed business license modernization and associated business license tax rate changes, to direct staff to draft changes to modernize the tax ordinance, and to prepare a draft measure and a proposed resolution to place the measure on the November 2024 ballot. So what is business license tax? Business license tax is a general fund tax on the business activity that takes place in Santa Monica. Prior to commencing business within the city, a person or entity engaging in business, regardless of whether the business is subject to taxation or not, must apply and obtain the appropriate approvals in order to procure a business license. Business license tax is typically paid based on the gross receipts earned in Santa Monica, multiplied by a tax rate based on the type of business. Business license tax is due on July 1st of each year and based on each entity's prior calendar year's gross receipts. The Finance Department collects business license taxes from approximately 23,000 businesses. 13,000 of those businesses are physically located within the city. Most businesses pay based on their gross receipts, but there are exceptions. Nonprofit organizations are exempt from the tax, and other businesses are exempt based on local, state, or federal law. Other businesses pay a flat tax rate, such as sidewalk vendors, taxis, and special event producers. And corporate admin headquarters are based on the cost of operations. Our municipal code requires that gross receipts information is kept confidential, and no gross receipt or tax payment information will be shared for any specific business. The City of Santa Monica adopted its existing business license tax code in 1990, more than 30 years ago. It did tax classifications and definitions, tax rates that do not align with neighboring jurisdictions, limited exemptions for our small business community, and outdated capped amounts. In 1996, Proposition 218 was passed requiring voter approval for all local government tax increases, which is why this change requires voter approval, and part of the reason why we are here this evening. As you see on the slide, there has been a substantial shift away from the bricks and mortar businesses from the 1990s. The pandemic has also had a lasting impact on operations and how some of our largest taxpayers will operate in the future. Modernizing the tax code will reflect the economic changes that have occurred in the world and will continue to occur. This also gives us an opportunity to address our current City Council's priorities, to focus on equity and fairness, economic opportunity and recovery, and improve staff's ability to efficiently administer this program. So this slide shows you the business license tax revenue for the last 10 years. Business license tax accounts for approximately 7% of general fund revenues. In FY 23-24, we expect to collect approximately $35 million. And this chart illustrates that more than half of our business license comes from service, which is in green, and professional services, which is in purple. The category service endeavor were simple and, again, guided by City Council's 5 priorities. Create a fair, equitable, and simple business license tax structure. Ensure that the taxing structure is competitive with neighboring jurisdictions. Retain, attract, and encourage the expansion of businesses, proactively address emerging business models, and protect the city's general fund tax revenue stream. So one of the first things we reviewed was whether our current tax structure was fair and equitable. And this slide demonstrates that the city's current tax structure is regressive for our very small business community. And that includes businesses reporting less than $40,000 in gross receipts annually. Small businesses pay more than any other group as a percentage of their reported gross receipts. Next, staff researched neighboring jurisdictions with similar tax structures. And what that means is that most of the business license tax is based on gross receipts, like the City of Santa Monica, to analyze how Santa Monica compared. This table identifies areas where Santa Monica was higher or lower, and we refer to this chart throughout the process to ensure that any recommended changes were still comparable to neighboring cities. A few items that stood out include: 1, no other jurisdiction had a cap or maximum on the auto dealers. 2, our corporate admin headquarters rate is lower than Los Angeles and Culver City. And 3, the professional rate is higher than Los Angeles and Culver City, but lower than Beverly Hills, though it is difficult to compare due to that similar businesses would pay in Santa Monica and neighboring jurisdictions. So again, a large auto dealer with gross receipts, say, of $42 million would pay only $25,000 in Santa Monica because of the tax cap, while the same auto dealer would pay over $50,000 in other cities. A large corporate admin headquarters would be comparable to Beverly Hills, however, significantly lower than Los Angeles and Culver City. And small businesses making, say, $65,000 a year would pay nothing in Los Angeles and Culver City due to larger small business exemption amounts, but they would pay something in Santa Monica. Now I'd like to share a little bit about our process. Baker Tilly, the city's consultants, kicked off the project by interviewing city staff to get a better understanding of current processes, challenges, and to find out the goals of the project. Next, a survey about business license was sent to over 20,000 city businesses, and we received a 10% response rate. More than half the responses indicated that the business license tax was not a significant cost. Just under a third felt the cost was too high. Roughly 96% of the respondents indicated that the overall application and renewal process was either easy or reasonable. Lastly, 1,400 randomly selected local businesses that are representative of the Santa Monica business community were invited to 5 virtual focus groups attended by city staff and city consultants. Overall, participants spoke positively about being in Santa Monica and thought the business license process was easy and the tax was fair. After evaluating this information, staff developed an initial proposal and in February and March met with key stakeholders, impacted business groups, and local business interests. The draft proposal of the business license modernization was presented to the Santa Monica Chamber, the business improvement districts, including downtown, Montana, and Maine, and PICO was contacted later, Santa Monica Travel and Tourism, Macerich, the Pier Corporation, among others. Feedback included a unanimous support for the reduction of tax and penalties for small local businesses, concerns about increases to auto dealers and corporate admin headquarters, and requests to consider a reduction for mid-sized businesses such as restaurants and retailers. Staff listened to the feedback provided by the business community and again referred to City Council's priorities and the goals we established for this project as guideposts. The revised proposal will show you that I show you later this evening now includes a reduced tax rate to mid-sized restaurants and retailers. So our consultants, HDL, completed a comprehensive study of the city's business license tax ordinance and compiled data from neighboring jurisdictions. The following was identified. The city's current business license tax structure is somewhat regressive for small businesses, and our exemption for small businesses is low compared to other cities. Our classifications and definitions need to be updated to reflect current operations. Our auto dealer and corporate admin headquarter rates are lower than other cities, and the penalties for delinquent taxes are amongst the highest. Updating the tax rate is only one piece of the modernization process. A second but equally vital piece of this process is to modernize the language in the code. These recommended changes would increase administrative efficiencies and access to necessary information. Revisions to the ordinance would clarify definitions, utilize consistent and updated terminology, eliminate provisions that are no longer applicable, update code section references, add a voluntary disclosure process, and create provisions that are for the program to move into the future. These changes would streamline the process for city staff. But more importantly, and again with a focus on fairness and equity for our small and medium-sized businesses who would not have access to large accounting and legal firms, these changes will simplify the code, making compliance easier for all businesses operating in the city. And the culmination of this work was the business license modernization proposal that I'm presenting to you tonight. The recommendations shown in the slide are intended to improve our alignment with our neighboring jurisdictions, protect the city's general fund revenue, promote greater equity for small businesses, and cultivate economic opportunity for the entire business community. First, I want to present the proposed tax reductions. We recommend increasing the small business tax exemption threshold from $40,000 to $100,000. This would benefit 7,000 to 8,000 small businesses. We would like to reduce the penalty schedule maximum from 100% of the tax amount to just 50%. This would help 200 to 300 delinquent businesses. For businesses looking to conduct business in the city for the first time, we recommend removing the back tax calculation required during their first renewal period. This will make it financially and administratively easier for 300 to 400 new businesses each year. We recommend that landlords with 3 or less residential units no longer pay a higher rate than larger landlords that we present to you. For our mid-sized retailers and restaurants generating less than $5 million in gross receipts annually, we recommend reducing the tax rate. This will benefit 1,800 to 1,900 businesses. In order to protect the health of the general fund, the reductions in tax revenues will be offset by the following realignments. We recommend removing the auto dealer's $25,000 tax cap that has been in place without escalation since 1993. Auto dealers will utilize one tax rate for sales and another tax rate for auto repair operations. The rate for auto repairs will be the same rate used by all other auto repair shops in the city. This will impact 13 to 16 businesses. We recommend increasing the rate of corporate admin headquarters from $1.25 to $2.50 based on their cost of operations. This would impact 110 to 120 businesses. And lastly, we recommend restoring a processing fee of $40, a common practice in many jurisdictions to recuperate the cost of administering the business license program. This would impact up to 23,000 businesses in the city. Now, as you can see from the last line in the slide, the net impact of these reductions and increases is estimated to be about between 2.25 and 3.93 million. However, this information is based on data reported in FY 22-23, which is our last full fiscal year, and is only This chart includes the proposed business license changes, and as you can see, Santa Monica would continue to be comparable to our neighboring jurisdictions. As you can see on the chart, our auto dealers are more in line with neighboring cities, including repairs. Our corporate admin headquarters are still lower than Culver City and Los Angeles. Both our residential rental rate and mid-sized retail rate is still slightly lower than neighboring cities, and our exemption amount, penalty maximum, and processing fee are all competitive. This slide supports that the new tax structure is no longer regressive. The business license modernization proposal would successfully expand the small business exemption while still preserving the general fund revenue, and mid-sized businesses will now pay less than large businesses. If council recommends that staff moves forward with the modernization of the business license program, the next step will be to conduct a statistical survey of the Santa Monica voters to assess the feasibility of the tax measure. If the poll is favorable, staff will return to council in June with the proposed ballot measure language, a revised ordinance, and a resolution to place the proposed measure on the November 2024 general election ballot. I would like to thank our consultants from Baker Tilly and HDL for their work on this project and Oscar for his guidance. But mostly, I'd like to thank Haley Favre-Smith for being the driving force and subject matter expert behind this significant effort. And we are all available for questions.
Thank you so much for that exhaustive, extensive report, but a necessary report. I know you guys spend a ton of time on this, so thank you. Vice Mayor Negrete, you have a question?
Yeah. Thank you so much, and thank you for listening to the business community council and making those necessary changes. I do just also want to make a suggestion. I know we called mid-sized businesses 5 million and under mid-size, but if you're applying for loans and you're a small business, you know that that's actually a small business, and we should maybe use phrases like micro businesses for 100,000 and under, because the reality is you're probably, maybe making cookies or bracelets and selling at the farmer's market at that rate. And now in today's, in 2024, and if you're in what most people consider what a small business is, a brick and mortar, and these are the businesses that we're looking at, no longer are the large big box retailers, it's these small, independent-owned, family-owned businesses. You can't sustain if you're under $1 million. So to be able to pay rent and all these fees. So just something to consider. I know it seems silly, but it's more in line with what it actually is in the real world. When you're going out for a loan, if you're under 5 million, you're considered a very small business. But I just had one question, sorry to bring this up. The $75 plus per, why do we do that 75? Like, I know that Beverly Hills, I think, does it, or maybe they don't, but LA and Culver City, I think, just have the rate per thousand.
Good evening. My name's Haley Favre-Smith. Thank you for having us. The minimum tax is $75. That's something that was established back in the 90s, and prior to that, it was $50. Where it benefits us, it allows us to collect tax on businesses that do come in and that may not generate a substantial amount of money in the city. So it allows us to collect a minimum tax.
Okay. And then my other question is, wasn't sure if you guys were going to bring up this staggering. I'm looking at you, city manager, because, with some of the workforce changes and how people are going back into the office now, I don't know how this is going to impact some of the larger businesses who, I also don't know how you guys keep tabs on that. I mean, I would hope that everybody's honest about it, but it might change the makeup of large corporations who reconsider having people come to the office. I don't know what you also consider coming to the office. Is there rules around that? Because a lot of people have flexible work weeks now. But more importantly, it is a pretty big jump for those businesses, and we don't want to scare them out of the city. Is there talk about doing some staggering rates so it's not such a huge impact all at once?
So in general, business license tax is a self-reporting tax. So businesses tell us what their gross receipts are or what their cost of operations are. As part of the modernization, we do want to include administrative regulations that would address situations like that, like coming back into the office and what we would consider for a cost of operation and how we would calculate what that percentage would look like if somebody was here in the city, part-time or partial parts of the week. As far as staggering, if council gives us that direction to consider staggering the proposal, then, when we come back in June, that's what we'll do. As it relates to the proposal provided by Ms. Kruger, we did take a look at what we would consider a tiered approach. Specifically, the one in question was creating a tiered approach from $0 to $250 million. We looked at those numbers. It would be from $0 to $250 $250 million in cost, it would be at $1.25 per 1,000, and then anything above that would be at the higher rate. And we looked at those numbers, and the results were there weren't a lot of corporate admin headquarters that reached that threshold of $250 million. So effectively, the rate wouldn't really increase, and the results would be very minimal as far as new revenue. Now, there's a possibility that we could look at other tiers, but based on what was provided, that number just was too high. And again, this is based on available data that we have. So if businesses or corporations, as they bring employees back into the office, if their cost of operations increases, I mean, then there's that possibility that that threshold could work, but it would still bring in very little revenue to the city.
And so just to add on that, I mean, the way that this tax proposal is being structured for you is really a prioritization around equity and leaning forward into supporting our small, medium-sized businesses. So whatever direction we get from this meeting, looking to stagger or make adjustments for the corporate headquarters, we'd have to take a step back and see what we could afford in terms of offering those incentives and breaks to small, medium-sized businesses, because as you saw, the forecast is that we could generate $2 to $4 million in revenue, but there's a lot of movement in those numbers, so we can't guarantee that it's going to generate that much. That's our current forecast of what we think.
I mean, I definitely think that we want to support our small to mid-sized businesses. They just can't sustain it anymore. We're losing, the doors are closing all across the nation, not just here, for brick and mortar for all of these reasons. It's really expensive to have a business in California. But I also do think, unfortunately, on the flip side, small and mid-sized businesses are often supported by those larger corporations being open. I think some people who aren't in business don't realize that. I get that question all the time, like, don't you wish your huge competitor that rhymes with marshmallow closes? And I say no, because actually that we benefit from our competitors being open. So I think it's something to consider. We also want those people to continue to offer jobs in our community, and a lot of these big corporations who might be impacted by this, for example, maybe SNAP, are engaging in the community in multiple ways. So hopefully we can strike a balance without taking away the benefits that we're offering here, that were so diligently thought out and revisited again and again, because I think it looks great. It's just that some of the feedback we've gotten is that there's some huge financial impact to some key players in the city that we don't want to see go away.
Councilmember Terosas.
Yeah, really appreciate this. I know that there was months of community engagement with the business community, and I know that there was an opportunity for all of these folks to weigh in. Obviously, we're never going to make a decision that every single person is going to be happy with. I think we have to balance the needs of the city and the needs of our businesses and our community from an equity perspective, so I really appreciate that. My question would be, did we think about structuring this in a way that incentivizes workers to return to the office? And if so, can you talk about that?
So that's something that we can consider. We focus solely on the tax structure. So if that is something council directs us to do, that's something we can consider.
Just because I know that with some of our larger employers, we do want to see their workers come back into the office, because obviously the city has suffered a loss of revenue, clearly, from many of our office buildings being vacant or underutilized. And so I'm just thinking for some of these similar corporate actors who are concerned about the rapid increase in the tax structure, is there a way to offset any of that with an incentive to come back into the office? So just something to think about.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilmember Delatorre.
Yeah, quick question, just in terms of the large auto dealer tax cap. Do we know the history of why that was there? And it just seems kind of a little odd, like compared to other cities. So I just want to know sort of what's the history behind that, or the story behind that.
So I definitely went down a rabbit hole. I pulled up all the old staff reports from the 80s. And so essentially the cap started at about $2,500, and it was increased in 1983. The reason behind the cap was because of the idea that businesses would leave if they had to pay the business license tax, and also consideration for sales tax, the sales tax revenue that that auto dealers bring in. The cap was placed. It was looked at again in 1990, and there was discussion to remove it. But again, the same conversation occurred, and so the cap went from $5,000 to $20,000 in 1990, and then it scaled up in 1992 to $25,000, and that's where it's remained.
Where would they leave to? To Los Angeles, where they're paying higher?
That is a possibility, but we'll be competitive at this stage of the game with those other, our neighboring cities.
Yes, I just want to say I appreciate all the work of staff on this item. I think, you know, it's a much more progressive tax system, and it supports small businesses and medium-sized businesses. So really, thank you for all the work. I think there'll be a lot of happy people moving forward, and some people that might not be so happy, but overall, we're trying to create a more fair system. So thank you for that.
Councilmember Zwick.
I'll echo my colleagues. Thank you for this work. Excited to send you forward and gather more information from the electorate. Yeah, I was a little confused. I think Councilmember Trosa spoke to this a little. You know, we've heard, as she mentioned, and as also Councilmember Negrete mentioned, that, you know, there are some large companies that, you know, might pay a large portion of this headquarter tax, and that, you know, part of what they're looking at is they're talking about bringing a large percentage of their workforce back, which might dramatically expand their exposure potentially. Granted, I would imagine still a pretty small number compared to their overall net worth, but the idea of a staggered rate is confusing to me the way it was pitched, because it says that there would be one rate on the first 250 million and another a higher rate above that. To me, that would disincentivize bringing more people back to work. Am I mistaken in that? Or wouldn't that make it so that they would be less likely to want to do that?
I mean, there would be a benefit to keep your costs under that $250 million threshold, because essentially, based on what was proposed, the rate would stay the same. It'd be at $1.25 per 1,000.
Right. So that doesn't strike me as, for a company that's considering bringing more of its employees back, as a tax that would actually incentivize that behavior. If anything, as you said, it might create the opposite behavior. So if we were going to look at anything, as Councilmember Trosa said, there is a benefit to bringing our workforce back into the city when it comes to our restaurants and so many other parts of our economy and the sales tax that it generates. I would be interested in options, but it strikes me that the staggered rate that's proposed would be counterproductive, and that's all.
Thank you.
So, Councilmember Delatorre? So I had a couple of questions on that too, because I had been approached by a couple of companies in Santa Monica who were worried because they were bringing employees back to the office and at the same time seeing the different tax rate. So they were asking if there's any way to stagger that increase or do something. So in one company, the statistics they gave me, which I'm not verifying is accurate, but they were looking at saying that their increase the first year might be $1 million to $1.5 million in tax, and they were saying that was a huge jump from what they have now. So to capitalize on what Councilmember Zwick said, Councilmember Negrete and Councilmember Terosas, really their incentive is to keep people working remotely instead of bringing them back to the office. That concerns me. So I appreciate the tax. I appreciate the fact that we are helping so many small businesses in the city, and it's becoming more equitable with neighboring cities. But in this particular case, I think it's our largest employer. And they were saying, look, we're going to go from maybe 300,000 this year to $1 million, up to $1.5 million next year. And that's a hard pill to swallow for their budgeting. So how can we maybe bring that in over 2 or 3 years so they see the increases at that top end, but they don't at the same time get so overburdened with an increase that they go, wait, let's not bring people back. Because I'm concerned not only with the tax, but I'm also concerned, I was at a meeting yesterday with some other city employees in Santa Monica. And I know that our chamber and a couple of the employees were saying, hey, bring your people downtown. We want them in restaurants. We want them eating. We want them spending money in our city, spending some of the money they're making from their employer. So are we working at odds with each other? Because the more people that come back, the more they're going to eat lunch, the more they're going to, eat in the area and spend money after work because they'll do their shopping here, et cetera. So I'd like us to look at least a way at that top end to bring that large increase in over maybe 2 to 3 year period and stagger it each year.
Understood. I think that's something we can look into as far as phasing the tax increase.
Yeah.
That's what it sounds like you're requesting over a 2 to 3 year period.
Yeah, and that's. No, I was wondering if you had any comments on that. Okay. All right, does anyone else have any questions? I sense that Councilmember Davis is reaching for that microphone.
Yeah, and this may have been in the presentation or the staff report, and I apologize. I think I'm still on Taiwan time, maybe. Is there a adjustment? Are we anticipating adjustments of the tax rates over time, or is that going to be fixed until it has to come back to council, like a cost of living adjustment or something like that?
So the tax rate would be fixed. It has to be approved by voters. So based on what we're proposing, it would be fixed out.
And what about the levels? And what I'm thinking about, to Vice Mayor Negretti's point about what is a small business, Kai Risdall today on Marketplace pointed out that 65% of new jobs are being generated by small businesses. Mm-hmm. And if we want to generate more jobs in Santa Monica, which I think we do, maybe some people don't, but I think we do, we want to incentivize small businesses. And we may say that's $100,000 in 2024, but given what inflation is in 2026, that $100,000 is going to be worth a lot less. So is there, in the proposal that we take to the voters, is there a way to index, if we can't index the rates, and I get that, is there a way to index the definition of small or even medium business so that as that definition changes in the economic world, we don't have to keep going back to the voters every 2 years and saying, okay, now a small business is $200,000 and now it's $500,000. Is there a way to do that?
So with tax reductions, we don't have to take that to the voters. Okay. So if we chose, if council directs us to, we could, in the ordinance, we could establish that the small business exemption could be increased by resolution.
Okay, so.
But any increase would require a voter approval.
Right, but if we redefine what a small or medium business is, which would have the effect of reducing taxes, that doesn't need to go to the voters.
Not the reduction, but so we could create like an escalator and put a maximum escalator to that and just kind of not go beyond that limit. That's something that we can do. Definitely, yeah. So we don't have to come back to the voters.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just worried because $100,000 today is not going to be $100,000 a year from today. And given the comments that we've heard that our numbers may already be a little small, I want to make sure that we're not, nobody makes less than, you know what I'm saying. So I'll leave it there. Yeah.
Council, Vice Mayor Negretti.
And to that point, I just wanted to reiterate then, are we redefining then micro business, small business? Because if it's tied to that, we should definitely look at that then. Just because I think small businesses, I don't think when someone thinks of a small business, they think of what $100,000 a year in gross receipts really is. I mean, you probably have an example of what that would be, right?
I mean, there's quite a few.
A lot of homemaking business, right? Like products.
Hairdressers,
right.
Nail technicians, our farmers market, artists. So
right, a lot of them are producing their product at home, maybe.
That's correct too, home-based businesses for sure.
But it's not like brick and mortar small businesses as we're thinking about economic recovery in the city and small retailers, which are considered small business. We're talking in the $1 million range to be able to afford a small rental property in Santa Monica, and then all the taxes that go with that. So just maybe looking at those names like we discussed and redefining it.
I think we
Micro
can-
business, home business, small, whatever.
We can definitely look into that as we clean up the code.
Yeah. Thank you.
Councilmember Terosas.
Yeah, I would just offer that the State of California Department of General Services defines a small business much, much, much more expansively than what we're looking at. So I would just have to echo these comments. And I would also say that gross receipts are really very different than actual profit, right? So I would concur with some of these concerns. But again, I know we're trying to do this in an equitable way. I just think there are some potentially small businesses that are in this medium category.
And I see no other comments. So we need a motion, I think.
Is there a motion, or are we just providing direction to?
Yeah, what
to
are we
staff?
doing right now? That's a good question.
Go back to the first slide.
Thank you, Doug.
Oh, it's here.
Ah,
Back to our nifty agenda.
There we go.
Yeah, so if I could, I guess I don't know, do you want me to just try to make a motion here?
yeah, go, if we look at the actual item, we should be able to craft a motion very quickly off that.
Right, but I think that we are considering it, and we're directing staff to draft potential changes for our review that include additional incentives to have workers return to the office, potential phased-in approach, or is that what, am I using the right terminology, colleagues? What did you call it, an escalator? A tiered, thank you, a tiered approach for those who are going to see
So there's a
significant
difference between
impact.
a tiered.
Sorry, thank
yeah.
you.
So we don't want to
Phased
do
in.
a tier, we want a phase in.
Phased in, thank you, that's what I thought. A phased-in approach. And then it sounds like what you will do is, after those changes are drafted, we'll direct you to return. Do we need to return, or just come to us with the actual ordinance before it needs to be placed on the ballot in August?
They will either way.
So we would come back to you with, the results of the survey work we do, and then the results of the analysis we're doing in response to the direction we're taking. So ideally, if everything works out well, we would love to bring forward to the actual measure with, these changes in a positive survey, but if it's not, we'll go
So
from
if we
there.
look at page 1 of 11A of the 20 pages, at the top it gives recommended action. You could recommend that action as a motion and then add direction, and that would suffice, because I'm sure
Right, so I
our
think it's.
finance director and staff have heard us loud and clear.
Right, so with the proposed changes related to the phased-in approach, the any additional incentives, if possible, while maintaining, and clarification around definitions of small businesses while maintaining the very equitable approach that you all have taken, which we appreciate. Prepare a draft measure for modernization to be placed on the November 2024 ballot, and adopt a finding of no possibility of significant effect pursuant to CEQA. And that's my motion.
Second.
Not as articulate as Councilmember Davis would have done it, sorry.
Is there any other comments from our council on that motion? Seeing none, let's do a roll call.
Councilmember Zwick,
Yes.
Councilmember Parra,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete,
Yes.
Councilmember Terosas.
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
And Mayor Brock.
Yes, and that motion passes unanimously. Again, thank our finance department for all their work on this.
Item 11B, approval of design concept for affordable housing development located on city-owned site located at 1318 4th Street, and negotiate ground lease and disposition and development agreement.
Is there staff? Oh, okay.
Good evening, Mayor and Vice Mayor and council members. My name is Natalie Verlinich. I'm the Housing Manager for the Housing Division. Tonight we'll be hearing from EAH. We have Welton, who will be doing a presentation, providing an update, and also asking direction from City Council on how, on two different design concepts this evening. So with that, I will hand it off to Welton, who will do a quick presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalie, and good evening, Mayor and City Council. Is this the, okay. Thank you again for your time this evening. My name is Welton Jordan. I'm our Chief Real Estate Development Officer for EAH Housing, and happy to be here to discuss the 4th Street Affordable Housing Development. I have a quick agenda and a quick presentation, and then we'll open it up for comments and questions. So a quick EAH housing overview. We are an affordable nonprofit housing developer, or I may have mixed those words up, nonprofit affordable housing developer. We were founded in 1968. We currently have a presence in 23 counties. We have more than 750 employees, and across our portfolio, we serve families, those with special needs, veterans, and the list there. We achieve our mission through 3 main departments. First is our real estate development department, which I head up. In our history, we have developed over 100 properties. In our current pipeline, we have 15 affordable housing developments under construction, over 1,100 units. And the 2 pictures you see here are the 2 affordable housing developments that we have here in the city of Santa Monica that have been completed. The Laurel is just wrapped up, is starting lease up. We should have our TCO, our temporary certificate of occupancy. We're scheduled in May, and hopefully we'll be fully leased up in August of this year. And Magnolia Villas is a senior development that we completed a couple of years ago. Our real estate management firm, we manage over 167 properties. It's about 12,500 units. And serve more than 25,000 residents daily. Last but not least, our resident services department was responsible for service coordination across our portfolio with our residents, and we partner with over 300 organizations. Just as kind of a segue into resident services and our resident selection process, as we are currently constructed the resident selection for the 50 project-based voucher units, which will be our permanent supportive housing units, will be referred through the Housing Authority, and the general affordable, as we like to call it, will be referred through the City of Santa Monica BMH waitlist, which does have a work-lift preference. From a service provision perspective for the permanent supportive housing units, the people concerned will be contracted through LA County, and the EAH Resident Services Department will oversee the people concerned and provide direct services to the 70 general affordable, and then the services that we can provide, because we don't provide the acute level services, to the permanent supportive housing units. And I have representatives here from the team from our services department and people concerned. Also with us today is VTBS. They are an architectural firm that has designed, I think Jan said, dozens of buildings here in the city. And we're happy to have them here with their expertise of the city, and particularly this site in the downtown area. I'll quickly move over to our community outreach. So we had over a dozen community meetings, virtually and in person, over a period of time. A diverse group of interest from people with lived experience, local community organizations, and some of the other people you see here. And a lot of those discussions really, discuss the density, population, supportive services, retail space, and other general other general aspects of the project. So some of the key takeaways from these were there was a strong reception positive reception for affordable housing. Our proposal, as submitted, I think, back in 2019-ish or so, had a commercial grocery space as an idea for the commercial space at the ground floor level. We also have Alan Lynch, who's our consultant here, and the 122 unit design was preferred. As I think in the staff report, there was a discussion about, some alternative options that we explored, and this is kind of where we landed in terms of our preferred approach. So again, design concept 1 was 122 units. It's 6 stories above ground with 2 levels of underground parking with the grocer and the retail. And our population to be served will be families and 50 units set aside for those formerly homeless. And then I'll talk really briefly on how affordable housing is financed. There are very long and discussions about it, and I'll try to just condense it into a very quick conversation. So as you relate to a market rate development, a lot of it is kind of investor equity and debt, with the debt being raised primarily through market rate rents. With affordable housing, it's a much more nuanced approach. Our capital stack is equity, which is raised by low-income housing tax credit, debt sometimes, if you're able to use project-based vouchers, which we are on this development, and then the rest is made up of what we call soft sources, which are state, county, federal, or city sources. So discuss those as well. And as it relates to the alternative version, which we're kind of about the pros and the drawbacks, I know there are a lot of sources, but there are less sources if we were looking at a larger project. And it really kind of fits the box. So in the past calendar year or so, I think we're about 2 months removed, we've closed and started construction on 10 affordable housing developments. So we've been raising money over the past 4 or 5 years and have been fortunate enough to start construction on 10 new affordable housing developments. So we've done this a lot. And this deal fits in what we call, the affordable housing box. And some of the drawbacks are when we look at IIG in specific, and I'll go back to the infrastructure grant, that's a state source that is funded through appropriations. So as we know, the state is having a budget issue, and in this current calendar year, the Super NOFA program, which encompasses IIG, multifamily housing program, MHP, which we're not proposing in this development, and some of the other funding sources are essentially being zeroed out. However, affordable housing and sustainable communities is funded through a separate pot of money through the cap and trade. It is administered by the state HCD, but it's not subject to appropriation. So we feel like that money will be there in the future. And this is a summary of the uses. And this is a draft timeline. So again, this is a draft. And what we're looking at in terms of next steps is, once we receive direction from council, I think we have a placeholder for a DDA approval in the winter. We'll start working on entitlements kind of concurrently. And we've heard back from Coastal Commission that we should be able to dual track some of the entitlement approvals because we need to have Coastal Commission sign off as well. That would, based on today's scheduling, allow us to apply for the Super NOFA in July. Then we would have to apply for AHSC in 2026 is once a year. Same thing with Super NOFA, these are once a year. And in terms of the 4% low-income housing tax credit, I put an asterisk there just because, the current schedule for AHSC says, the awards will be, the applications are due in March and the awards would be in August. August is also the same time that the 4% LIHTC application is due. And based on our experience, the state never keeps their timeline. So my assumption is that we have to go into the first round of the following year. It's about an 8-month process from application to award to close. And then we would be, probably fully leased up by early February 2030. So the recommended actions are here, which are also in the packet. And with that, I will turn it over for questions, comments.
And Vice Mayor Negretti, you're the first up.
I have a question, and sorry to bring this up here, but we can't ignore the gentleman who came up and spoke. And I saw you were talking to them in the hallway. So I was just curious, like, are you guys not using union workers? And are you aware of what those comments were about?
So I was not aware. I was also caught by surprise that they came to oppose the development. So just to be clear, we pay prevailing wages on every job that we've done. All 15 developments that we have under construction pay prevailing wages. They're either going to have state sources, project-based vouchers, or in this case, a city-owned land, or we're going to use state sources. So we pay prevailing wage on every job. So where the labor comes from, we leave that means the message to the contractor. We do use union signatory, we do use union labor, but every job is going to be a little bit different, but they all will be paid prevailing wages. So as I spoke with the gentleman, and we're going to set up a call and talk, if there are concerns about EAH jobs, then we're willing to have those conversations, but I haven't heard any wage issues, payment under the table, people getting paid $120 a day. None of that has hit my desk. And given in my role, what hits my desk are usually the problems, and I haven't heard any of that before. So it was a little surprising, but I did talk to him. I mean, we share the same concerns, and if there are EAH jobs that people are being abused, then I would want to know. We hold the contractor accountable.
Well, hopefully we'll be a part of those conversations. I'm sure we'll be engaging with them personally, but I just wanted to ask that question.
Sure.
And then my other question was just as it pertains to the grocery store, that's just what you got from the community feedback. There hasn't been, at some part of this conversation, we talked about what type of grocery store when we were talking to EAH, but have you guys gotten that far in terms of how it's going to serve not just the community members in that building, but the community overall?
We haven't. Again, we have a consultant that has a relationship with Grocery Outlet, but we've signed no agreements. We've had no real serious conversations with Grocery Outlet or any other grocer to this date. They've all been, kind of cursory.
Is Grocery Outlet a name of a grocery store?
It is.
Oh, sorry.
And so, and again, I don't want to, I'm not a Grocery Outlet spokesman, but I have shopped there. But it's a more lower price point
I
grocery
figured by
store.
the term outlet, yeah.
Yeah, and they do sell fresh fruit. They sell grocery, organic.
Affordable, more affordable.
Yeah, it's more
groceries.
affordable.
We're not talking about a high end like Erewhon or
Correct.
although I love Erewhon or Gelson's, but yeah, okay.
Right.
That was my question. Thank you.
Councilmember Delatorre.
No, I'm glad you asked the question, Councilwoman Negrete, regarding the allegations that were made today by the Carpenters Union, and I just want to express my concern. And I know that you're stating right now that EAH pays prevailing wage, but one of the things the issue they brought up to me was subcontractors, and so I just want to make sure that we hold everyone accountable, on projects. I mean, this is on public land, and we want to make sure that there's shared prosperity, right, with any project, especially on public land, which it's important for us here in the city of Santa Monica to support the working men and women that make these projects possible. There's other issues in terms of the design that I was interested to hear sort of some feedback on. I know that there's like concept number one. I haven't seen other concepts, but in terms of the design, the use of windows and balconies, and is that part of the design now? I know that there was a presentation where those elements were included, but yet there wasn't really a solid commitment. So I wanted to know where are we at in terms of those features that would, bring in more light? I think it is important, for especially people that are, formerly homeless, and suffering a lot of trauma from that experience, to be in an environment that, isn't so boxed in, but feels like, there's connection to nature and light and so forth. So I just wanted to ask the question in terms of the elements on the architectural design regarding, those components.
Sure. So, we are really in the, what we call schematic phase. We haven't really started any real design work. So what we have, in terms of a picture is really just that. It's an elevation. It's kind of a starting point. There will be light on, in our architect is here, but there will be natural light. The balconies are something that we're still looking into. We haven't made a commitment to or not do really anything, but in terms of natural light, making sure that there are, cross breezes and sustainability elements and those type of things. Those are already kind of baked in via kind of what, VTBS, EAH, and some of our funding sources require. And then also, we're an owner operator. We want to make sure that our residents are in a place that we all would live.
And then
if you have a specific question, I can.
Yeah, I have one other thing to add too. So as part of this development too, they've had conversations with the urban designer about these concepts as well. And they also, the development will still, go to the ARB and other aspects so that similar to a market rate development, they would, be held to the same standards.
Great. How many parking spaces are we talking about with two levels of parking in total? How many parking spaces?
So just to make sure I have the number right, we have 115. And again, this is just the size of the site and how many parking spaces will fit.
Okay. And in terms of the grocery store, it would be accessible to people driving in, or is it more just like for the residential? I mean, because I'm thinking there's 122 units. I don't know how many people are going to have cars, but 115 parking spaces, it doesn't seem like people are going to drive in, park, and go to the grocery store, or how do you envision that working out?
Yeah, our vision now is one floor will be for the commercial space and one floor will be for the residents. So we'll have 59 residential spaces and 56 for the commercial.
Okay. And then in terms of the the whole ground floor will be a grocery store, or is there other concepts?
Right now, it's a grocery store.
Okay. How many square feet on that?
About 19,000.
About 19,000. And I wonder what comparison to like a Ralph's or whatever in Santa Monica, is it would be one of the smaller grocery stores in Santa Monica, or pretty comparable to?
Alan can answer. He's our consultant, and his kind of specialty is this space. So.
And as you're coming up, commitment to local hire, maybe some of the residents find a job at the grocery store. Is that part of the concept as well?
We haven't had those discussions yet, but it would be something that we would have with whoever would be in that space.
Okay, yeah, because I think that's real important as well. Local hire, contracting with local subcontractors to help from the construction all the way to the operation, I think is also very beneficial.
Yeah, that was one of the conversations that we had with the Carpenters Union is, we share the same concerns. We want the people that work on our jobs to be able to, go home to their families and do all the goods to make sure they're making a livable wage. And if they have some ideas that they can float over to us, we take every job out to bid. And I was kind of mentioning to them, given kind of the complexity, the location, size, underground parking, there's not a lot of contractors, that are able to do this. It would be probably a very small few. So, those are conversations that we're going to have.
Thanks.
And then if you want to know about other grocery stores in the area.
Is it a standard size, or is this a smaller?
Yeah, so I'll talk kind of macro to micro. The goal was to identify small format, full service grocers, so that fresh produce, fresh meat, et cetera, were all part of the deal. There's a limited number of small format grocers that operate in the United States. Aldi, grocery outlet, Sprouts operates some small format stores. Trader Joe's, although it's not a full service grocer, operates a small format store. Ralph's, Vons, Albertsons, some of the more traditional grocers operate stores between 30 and 70,000 square feet. But there's a lot of specialty departments that tend to make up that additional footage. But the goal was to identify a small format grocer that provided full service to the residents. Thank you.
Councilmember Zwick.
Hi there, thank you for the presentation. I'll skip over any questions about the carpenters as we've discussed that. I'm happy to hear that this project will pay prevailing wage and that EAH is committed to do that with everyone it employs on this project. This project is kind of unique when I look at it. Obviously, there's a large price tag per unit, but part of that, as I understand, has to do with the mix of units. We have a lot of 2 and 3 bedroom units in this project, and I'm just curious if you can elaborate on that. I know that's not something that every affordable project has.
So the unit mix for 2s and 3s, from a low-income housing tax credit perspective, you have to pick a housing type. So we were choosing large family. So you have large family, senior, special needs. Those are kind of your boxes. If you want to go large family, then you have to have 25% 2s and 25% 3s. So it's really more dictated by that funding structure more than anything. And again, as we went out, so we serve large families. We have a lot of large family units in our portfolio. But when we look at the mix, again, a lot of what we do is really dictated by the money that we receive to build the housing. Either fortunately or unfortunately, that's kind of our world.
Sure, I just was expressing a little bit of appreciation because those are units that are often hard to come by in this city for families. So, and I know that's something that does decrease the efficiency of the project, but it has other intangible benefits, I would say. You talked about different funding sources, and this project, the way it's conceived right now, and based on the funding sources that it's accepting, would also allow Santa Monica to maintain its live-work priority. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So if you currently live in the city or you work in the city, you would have priority for these units?
That's my understanding.
Yeah, I can speak to that too. Yeah, so thank you for the question. So as mentioned, the 70 general affordable units would utilize the city's below-market housing wait list, which has the live-work priority as part of that. So when these units are completed and ready to be leased up, participants on the below or the BMH wait list would be utilized to lease up those 70 units.
Great. And then there was some discussion. Obviously, there were, in the staff report that we read, there were 2 different design options that were put forward. One of them included more stories and more units, but sort of a higher price tag, in part due to the construction type that would be required by state law to build. I was just curious, based on the fact that it looks like the option 1 is, depending on how you count it, I guess 6 or 7 stories. If we'd looked into potentially seeing what we could do if we maxed out the envelope, by adding another story, but still staying within that wood frame type 3 construction, if there was any way to build off of option 1 without going into that more expensive steel construction.
Yeah, so we can go another story up, but the easiest way to probably explain it is right now we have 1 story of concrete above ground. So essentially you go 2 stories above ground and then you would go the rest wood.
And was there any work done in terms of, how many units that would yield or anything of that sort?
I think we get to 145 units, but it will require additional subsidy. And I haven't seen, you know, it was kind of some, we did run this by our financial consultant and he kind of gave us a verbal answer. I didn't get to see, you know, the full pro forma, but it would require, you know, some additional subsidy from somewhere.
Right, I heard something in the ballpark of 5 million or something like that.
Approximately, yes.
So that, if I am to run the math, would be a sort of rough cost of around $200,000 per additional unit that we could get on the site.
Yeah, I can speak a little more to this as well. So, you know, after the staff report was submitted, we've been continuing to work with EAH to see how we could maximize the density while also keeping the housing trust funds minimal. So as Welton mentioned, they did explore that 145 units option, and what they came back with would be below what our normal average housing trust fund investment has been for the past 6 new construction projects. So I believe what was shown earlier was about 5.75 million as a rough estimate right now.
Got it. And as you said, that number, I think it was around 200 when I did the division, would be lower than we normally spend.
Yeah, so the math I did was for the 23 additional new units, it would be 250,000 for those new additional units. But overall, if you looked at the 145 units, it would be about 39,655 per apartment. And that would be adding the additional layer with 2 underground parking levels.
Got it. Yeah. Well, I'm just, you know, I'm interested in that simply because, you know, we have limited public land and we have major commitments that we've made to the state, and I just want to make sure that we're maximizing our investment in each of these sites. So I appreciate you doing that additional analysis. Thank you.
Councilmember Davis.
I think most of my questions have been answered, but I have something of a rhetorical question. Is there any way to do this faster? I mean, you know, you're going to put a shovel in the ground in 2030. We're building housing for people who are living on our streets. I mean, I understand the financing complexities. I understand design. I understand all of that. And yet somehow I got to just be honest and say, I can't understand why it takes so long. And I'm not blaming you, I'm blaming the world. So I'm saying it's a rhetorical question, but, you know, is there any way to make this go faster?
Thank you for sharing that frustration. I think we all share that. What we're doing on the city side is, you know, this development, you know, has been hit with a number of, you know, unfortunate timings. The RFP was released in 2019, and then as we know, the COVID kind of put a pause on it. But, you know, we have a new department, the Housing and Human Services Department, that we have, you know, a very strict focus on this development along with the Wilshire sites. So internally, we've been working on the process of how to kind of tighten it up, what we can control. And as Welton mentioned, the Coastal Commission, they reached out to them to see if we could dual track it, and that will help in meeting some of these funding applications that only hit once a year. So we've been able to, you know, speed up that process, and hopefully we'll be able to meet that funding application next year instead of the next year. So that's, you know, internally where we're looking at ways to kind of speed up the process to fast track as much as we can.
Okay, I appreciate that. I'm sure the people living on our streets would also appreciate that. Thanks.
Councilmember Terosas.
Yeah, thanks. Really appreciate that answer, because that was also a question that I had. I just, in my experience, the fact that it's going to be 6 years from now seems a little bit ludicrous. I also would ask that we go back and value engineer the price per unit that we have. I just have to, I understand that it's expensive to build housing in Santa Monica. We're also subsidizing the land cost, and I have rarely seen a project with this price per unit. And I just am concerned, quite frankly, about how that, you know, plays out. So is there any possibility of bringing the cost down or no?
We're you know, I hate to say we're in the starting blocks, but that's where we're at.
Because it's only going to get higher.
Well, we do have an inflator. So,
Okay.
you know, we don't take today's number because then in 2 years, you know, or, 2.5 years when we start, then we're going to have a huge gap. So there is a little bit of inflation, you know, in the cost to see, again, we trend our cost out to where we think it is, but the costs are an estimate based on, you know, again, kind of current projects like this in the area that we get from our cost estimator. And we all share the same concern. You know, it's very expensive to build buildings. We're trying to build affordable, well, we do build affordable housing. And we've been having a lot of internal conversations about how can we do it cheaper, faster. Unfortunately, Councilmember Davis is like totally out of our control. But, you know, we'll work with the architect to figure out the most cost-efficient design.
Right. I think we've all seen the articles about how expensive per unit costs are on some of these projects, and this is one of the highest costs I've ever seen. So I'm concerned about that. Secondly, I would just say we understand that part of the reason that these projects are so expensive is sometimes these PLAs, quite frankly, and other union hiring requirements. But I would just say that, yes, we totally understand that you pay prevailing wage, but I think local hire is really important. We didn't address that. Hiring folks with barriers to employment is important to me. I'll just speak for myself. I don't want to speak to for the whole council. But I think this is a town that wants to use skilled and trained labor. And so I would just ask that we think about, as we're negotiating the ground lease, what kind of benefits we can put into that for the community. Secondly, I would also say that in the staff report, you mentioned the grocery store, but there's also some mention of community serving space. And so I would just want that to be a little bit more fleshed out in any sort of ground lease. Like, how is this community serving space being used? Is there an opportunity for example, I mean, this is a pretty prime location with ground floor retail space. Are we literally using every single square foot of ground floor for the grocery store, or is there going to be like a tenant services center? Are there going to be workforce or small business entrepreneurship opportunities for folks? I understand you're going after ASIC. I would think that you would need to put in some of these community benefits in your ASIC application. Just asking.
Noted, and we'll look into it. So when we started, we did have a piece carved out, and again through the community outreach, it got removed. But again, we can reopen.
You said they didn't want anything to serve the community on the ground floor?
I can. So in the RFP, when it was released in 2019, there was an ask of possibly looking to see if there was nonprofit space, but during the community outreach process, when asked about it, there wasn't any comments towards having it or any comments towards not having it. And then in EAH, as they were having their conversations with the retail consultants, there was, correct me if I'm wrong, Milton, but there was the desire for having more space, and then also some of the space needed for some of the services are related to the grocery store, so like having access and loading docks and other things like that. Yeah.
Looks like there's someone behind you, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I can't speak to the community spaces, but I can tell you that the critical element for having a successful grocery store here is having them have the ability to offer full service. And there's a point at which you can make a grocery store so small that they can't be effective and they can't serve the community that they want to serve effectively. So one of the challenges here, if you start getting much below 18,000 square feet, you start losing critical elements of that grocery store.
Got it.
Does that address your question?
Yeah, I just, I think, this is city-owned land. I want to make sure that, of course, a grocery store is important. I get that. I want to make sure that we're maximizing the community benefit on the project as well.
Noted, and we can continue to look at it. The other thing that should also be noted as well is that they're receiving a commercial loan for this property, and it is a fairly large commercial loan, so they also need to maximize the space as well to be a revenue generator to help pay off that commercial loan to pay for the commercial aspect of the property.
And then I also noticed that you put County NOFA on one of your slides, but I just want to clarify, you're not going to go after any sort of NOFA funding.
No, not for the design concept 1. It was for design concept 2. So I believe it was addressed in the staff report. If we were to go for county funding, it would be a smaller amount, and that might preclude us from using our below market housing waitlist and also the live work preferences.
Yeah, okay. I would just say if there was any way to get additional units, I think we would be more competitive for ASIC, IIG, et cetera. But again, I'm not the person that's financing the deal. Thanks.
So I'm going to echo most of what everyone else said. Yeah, I'm also concerned about the timing. So it's 3 years construction is what I looked at.
Well, again, from an estimate perspective, it'll be probably a little over 2 years. So when I'm saying complete, complete C of O or TCO and people moving in. So it'll probably take, about a little over 2 years to build. And then you have a lease up process that's going to take you probably into early 2030.
Okay, because I think when I spoke to Stephen originally on this, that it seemed like it was going to be a much quicker timetable, and it seems like it's slowing down a lot.
So, if we're talking, I don't know when you spoke with Steve, but if this was a couple of years ago.
2021, 22.
Yeah, so, again, the rules and the timing on the financing is what continues to change. We used to have 3 rounds, now we have 2. We used to have 2 rounds, now we have 1. So a lot of these timelines are just moving targets by whatever the state decides to do. So since we need to have state funding, these are kind of our best guess based on, what we've seen over the past 4 or 5 years.
And I had mentioned this, I think, to Stephen as well. Originally, there was one lower income building that was built, Belmar, and on Ocean Avenue. And it seemed like when you looked at the rest of the building, which were condos, it was sparkling. And then we had this industrial building in the middle that you could tell was not up to the other standards. So my comment is for your esteemed architect, I think, as much as you can, and I know you wanted to talk to me earlier, but I couldn't right then. But what I would say is just do us all a favor, do your residents a favor, the city a favor. Don't build your fascia in a really inexpensive way. Make sure it looks like it's not affordable. It looks like it's a market rate, great building in the city, especially since it's around the corner from your architect's headquarters. Okay, that's all I have. Any other question? Mr. Zwick.
Sorry, I was jumping in on comments potentially, but I'll wait on that until you say so.
Okay, are there any comments from anyone? Jesse, you're still up.
Yeah, I just want to speak a little to this question of cost, because I know there's an article published every day that talks about, it's crazy that now we spend, an average of $800 or $900 or even $1 million a unit on affordable housing, but there are ways to make it cheaper. It's pretty obvious. We could strip out all the labor protections. We could strip out all the environmental protections. We could strip out all the parking. We could max out the density and put in 250 studios. But I don't think we as a council or as a city want that. We've identified all these things as priorities that we want on this space. These are policy decisions that are bigger than this project. And, should we question them? Should we discuss them? Maybe, but I actually find it kind of really unfair to pin it on this project when these are all policy decisions that we as a council have asked for and we as a state, require when it comes to this sort of financing models. I think the timelines of the housing grants and the tax credits are insane and need to be adjusted at the state level. And I think, we could have real discussion about the trade-offs involved when we say we need parking and we need 2 and 3 bedroom units and we need, the highest labor and environmental standards. But if those are things we value, then we also have to take with it the costs that they have. And I say, these are all things that I value, and therefore on this project, I'm entirely comfortable with it because these are meeting a lot of needs in our community.
Councilmember Davis.
Yeah, I just want to follow up on that for a second because I agree with Councilmember Zwick, and I think it is frustrating to all of us that this takes so long. I'm not blaming anyone in the room, but I think the people who are probably will suffer the greatest are the people who the housing is for because they don't have homes right now. And to me, that's something we all need to think about at a global perspective. We're not going to solve that problem here tonight, And I guess the comment I want to make is, we can't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. I suspect all of us, if we could go back to 2013 or whenever we were starting to think about this, might say, oh, you know what, in the future, this is going to be a problem, so let's do this differently. But we're not there. We don't have that ability to do so. And so I think, for me, the most important thing is to move forward. Because to me, the most important thing is to get roofs over people's heads. We talk about units, and I hate that term. We're building homes. These are homes for people, many of whom currently don't have a home, many of whom are crammed into overcrowded situations, which is why we're emphasizing 2 and 3 bedrooms. Many of whom have 2 hours to drive to get to their jobs here in Santa Monica. And so as much as I would like to maybe nibble around the edges, and again, that's nobody's fault, I think the most important thing is to move forward.
Thank you. Councilmember Terosas.
Yeah, I would agree with all of this. I just think we have to ask these questions because obviously we have to be responsible stewards of our public resources. So to that end, I think the most responsible thing, as we've said, is to build housing for the people in our community who are unhoused. So I'm comfortable with moving forward with the design concept 1, and I'm prepared to make a motion.
Sure, go ahead.
So I think that I would move that we select design concept 1 for the development at 1318 4th Street and direct staff to proceed with negotiations to enter into a ground lease and DDA with EAH. I would just also add that as staff does that we maximize benefits for the local community per instruction and adopt a finding of no possibility of significant effect under CEQA.
Second.
Any discussion? Councilmember Zwick.
I'm friendly. I mean, I want to support the motion. I will make a friendly or hopefully friendly amendment. Just if we are seeking to maximize the site, to see whether the makers would be comfortable with the idea of requesting that EAH pursue a design that adds 1 additional story. I think that translates into 23 additional affordable family-sized units. And around $5 million to the Housing Trust Fund. That's something that an amendment I would propose.
I don't think.
Yes. The Housing Trust Fund has resources in it. It could support this.
And can I just make a quick, it's 5.75
Let's hear from
million.
the developers for a minute.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to say the estimated cost isn't $5 million. It would be $5.75 million in Housing Trust Fund, just to make that correction.
Well, I mean, as a seconder, I'm comfortable with at least directing staff and the developer to explore that option. And, working with our staff to see, 1, if that makes financial sense. Again, these aren't units, they're homes. The more homes, the better. But it's up to the maker at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I question about that. Yeah, go ahead. My question is just if you're increasing it in height, now do you have to go back to the community and do all that again? And doesn't that then go back to our first issue around it taking so long? No?
We're choosing between 2 design options.
Yeah.
You're
City
talking
manager.
about increasing it beyond that, right?
No, just the second option is much taller. It's 10 stories, and the first option was 6, I guess. So
Go in the
adding
middle,
one.
It'd be in between. So it's the design concept 1 is 70 feet, and design concept 2 is 100 feet and 196 units. So it's just a
10 feet.
floor additional of the
Talking
design.
about 7 stories instead of,
Correct. It would be 80 feet as opposed to 70 or 100.
got it.
Okay, let's go in order. Councilmember Zwick, you're done for the moment? Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Delatorre.
Yes, I just want to add that we want, I mean, for myself, I want to ensure that EAH is holding any subcontractor, that they work with accountable for ensuring that there's prevailing wages and that there's no, some of the allegations we heard in terms of like cash, payments to workers, so I just want to make sure that those practices are not happening and that with subcontractors. I know you can confirm that EAH is not doing that, but just want to make sure that we're holding the subcontractors to the same standard.
Just to make sure that delineating council member, we hire a general contractor and then they hire the subs. So, our oversight and not to refute your request, but just to be clear, our oversight, our contract is with the contractor. So for contractual liability, we can hold the general contractor accountable. They have to make sure that the subs aren't doing the illegal stuff. And if there are any other, discrepancies, we would take those seriously.
Doesn't,
I think we do.
I only know that we monitor that, do we not?
Yeah, we do. So as a city, we do require that the developer has a prevailing wage consultant, and they do not only check the general contractor, but also the subcontractors as well. So that's something for all of our affordable housing developments that the developer has that in place, that we do monitor those.
Great. All right. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Parra.
One of the questions I had in terms of, I guess, Zwick's friendly amendment, if we were to add an additional floor, will there be any other concessions? Like in terms of parking or balconies or potentially any other item that we've talked about tonight?
So if council directed staff to explore or go with the 145 unit option, that $5.75 million estimate from the Housing Trust Fund would be for maintaining the 2 underground parking levels, but the other items would maintain the same.
Okay, and so that would be, and then so obviously it wouldn't be additional parking, so it would mean the 110 parking. 115 parking units for the supermarket and for the 145 residential units.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, well, I have a problem with that, but, everybody thinks that, everybody has the ability that don't need a car in Santa Monica. I don't believe that, but and there was also a comment. But I was trying to find the email from our housing commissioner that was a little bit concerning. When they had some conversations with EAH concerning parking and concerning balconies, that I just kind of wanted EAHS to address.
So, we didn't get into the nuanced conversation about parking because it's always, one thing that I was going to bring up about adding more units and not adding more parking and the inability really to add more parking without exacerbating the cost and going down another floor is that, there's, as you all know, there's zero free street parking on anywhere near this site. I came here this afternoon, I walked around. There's nowhere for people to park.
Yep, I know that.
So again, in our, hundreds of buildings that we own and manage, when you look at an urban infill area, and let's just say for sake of the argument, again, we have 50 PSH units, there's a very low possibility of many of them owning cars. So you have about, 70-ish or so what we call general affordable units for 59 spaces. That gets you to about a 0.75, which is adequate. If our property management team was here, they say they want another floor to go down because it is a concern that people may not have the ability to park. So we need parking for staff.
You're installing, or you're constructing 60 family units, and so when you talk about 2 and 3 bedroom units, the assumption is pretty clear that there's probably going to be cars.
Correct.
So for 60 units right off the bat, there's not just a one-car household.
Again, most of our, and just on average.
I'm not arguing with you. I'm just.
Yeah, no, I think we're on the same page.
Right.
It's definitely something that, we are, again, trying to balance size of the site, need for commercial space, trying to maximize density. That's really kind of how we landed on the 122 was how big can we go and then also operate it in a way that we felt would be fair to the residents.
And I think I appreciate that because although, we've got differing opinions up here about, modes of transportation, we also have people up here that have lived experience in terms of, being raised by a single mom with multiple siblings and 1 car. And so the need to have the means to be driven back and forth and, living far from a job or not, maybe you have a job in town, I don't know, it's easier said than done. Especially, if, in my instance, my mom didn't go to college, so she didn't have a job in the places that sometimes where we lived that afforded her the ability to work in town. Let's just put it the way it is. And I know that we're trying to do that. We're trying to create affordable housing so that we can have people live and work in town. And it's not lost on me. I'm a product, I get it. But at the same time, for someone like my mom who needed that type of housing, she needed a car to lug my sisters and I around. And so that's why when I'm up here fighting for parking, I'm fighting for single moms and people that are disabled and people that need other means of transportation. Because I know that we have a robust system that we're trying to implement and put into place in Santa Monica, for public transportation, for, pedestrians, for bikes, you name it. But this is important for those people in our community. And so that's why I just wanted to have this kind of open and clear conversation. And that's why I'm always going to bring it up. And so I appreciate your honesty with me. And I just hope that as we move forward and we talk about how and if this pencils out, that we kind of keep that top of mind. So thank you.
Okay. So I know, Councilmember De La Torre, you have your hand up again. Huh? But we had a motion and we had a friendly amendment, which I think the seconder approved. I'm not sure if the originator approved.
I approve it so long as it's part of a negotiation of the ground lease. I don't think it's a done deal that we're giving $5 million from our housing trust fund, but we're interested in exploring that in the name of more units.
Okay.
I'm happy to reframe it in the way that Councilmember Davis spoke to it in that way.
Okay, so that's up. Is there any other comments that are essential to this? Because we have more to go still tonight. So, well, let's finish this, then we can do that vote. So, see nothing else, let's call the roll.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
Councilmember Torosis?
Yes. Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
And Mayor Brock?
Yes. Okay, that passes unanimously.
Is someone watching? What's going on that computer?
Someone's calling, no, someone's going to be calling in for a public hearing.
Got it, okay.
Okay, so let's move on to our next item. Clerk?
We need a motion to continue.
Motion to continue past 11 by Councilmember Davis, sorry.
Second.
And it's been seconded. All in favor of continuing past 11?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, we'll continue. Let's move on. What's the next item?
So we need to recess this meeting
And
convene as the Housing Authority. And just need to announce for the record that the authority members get paid $50 per meeting for this. Now call the roll. Authority Member Cochran. Wait, what? Okay. Authority Member Cochran is absent. Authority Member Zwick.
Here.
Authority Member Parra.
Here.
Authority Member Davis.
Here.
Authority Member Torosis.
Here.
Authority Member De La Torre.
Here.
Chair Pro Tem Negrete.
Here.
And Chair Brock.
here.
Item 12A, public hearing and adoption of Santa Monica Housing Authority draft fiscal year 2024-25 annual and administrative plans. And again, just as a reminder, we will need to hear public input on this item.
Evening, Chair Brock, Vice Chair, and Santa Monica Housing Authority Board members. My name is Patrick Komesu. I'm the Housing Authority Administrator for the Housing and Human Services Department. And I'm here to present tonight the Santa Monica Housing Authority draft fiscal year 2024-25 annual and administrative plans, as well as recommend that Santa Monica Housing Authority Board hold a public hearing and receive comments. The Santa Monica Housing Authority locally administers 6 rental assistance programs to over 1,750 low-income Santa Monica residents across 6 federally funded and regulated rental assistance programs. For the upcoming 2024-2025 fiscal year, the Santa Monica Housing Authority is required to submit an annual plan, an annual progress report on the current 5-year plan, which was approved in 2020. Both can be found in Attachment A, and updates to the administrative plan or proposed administrative plan found in Attachment B and summarized for your convenience in Attachment C, to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, also known as HUD. The annual reporting serves to inform HUD, voucher holders, and members of the public updates to the Santa Monica Housing Authority's mission, goals, objectives, and policy. The entire process is known as the PHA plan. The first component is the annual plan, which is a streamlined 3-page federal form which emphasizes notable changes to the existing 5-year plan, presents new activities, and provides a progress overview. The accompanying annual plan comes with a progress report delivering updates to the key program policies, financial allocations for the Santa Monica Housing Authority, alongside other municipal endeavors. Additionally, it furnishes insights into housing requirements and strategies in various city programs. These year's significant development include the establishment of a supportive housing project for persons experiencing homelessness comprising of 57 units at 1413 Michigan Avenue and facilitated by the Santa Monica Housing Authority, provision of project-based voucher to those units. This initiative is referred to as the Laurel, which receives support from the city's Housing Trust Fund and is now actively processing applications for Santa Monica's priority population. Furthermore, Santa Monica Housing Authority staff successfully secured an allocation of 15 vouchers through the newly established Stability Voucher Program. These vouchers are specifically aimed at individuals currently residing in our recently departed from encampments within the city, particularly targeting non-elderly individuals with disabilities. The second component of the draft plans encompasses the administrative plan. Enclosed in Attachment B, the draft administrative plan for fiscal year 24-25 spans over 700 pages, incorporating modifications in statutory, regulatory, and policies or clarifications. All clarifications are redlined out throughout the draft administrative plans. Attachment C offers a condensed version divided into 4 parts. Part 1 is proposed discretionary policies and changes brought forth throughout the year by community and staff input that were proposed to streamline and enhance service delivery. Part 2 entails new and proposed policies essential for compliance with the Housing for Opportunity through Modernization Act, which is mandated and required by HUD and referred to as HOTMA. Part 3 introduces Chapter 121, dedicated to the newly established Stability Voucher Program. Part 4 serves as a notification that the Santa Monica Housing Authority will adopt the HUD-mandated national standards for the physical inspection of real estate, aka INSPIRE. The proposed annual and draft administrative plans did go under a 40 feedback on the annual plan, administrative plan, and proposed discretionary policies. All voucher holders were directly informed of the draft plans, meetings, and workshops through their preferred communication correspondence via email or mail on December 22nd, January 19th, and February 22nd. Workshops were conducted prior to the commencement of the public comment period, which encouraged participants and offered insights into the Santa Monica Housing Authority's draft annual plan process, particularly focusing on aspects relevant to voucher holders and providing guidance on how to give feedback and provide input. Additionally, a presentation was delivered to the Housing Commission on February 2nd during the public comment period with the goal of providing information on the draft plans and soliciting additional public comments. At this point in the HUD submission process, staff is pleased to present these draft plans, which incorporate the valuable feedback from stakeholders gathered during the public comment period. Staff invites any additional comments on these inclusive draft plans and seeks approval of these draft plans from the Santa Monica Housing Authority Board to submission to HUD. The deadline for the HUD submission is April 17th, 2024. Upon approval of these plans, they will come into effect July 1st, 2024. The HUD mandated INSPIRE inspection changes will come into effect and be adopted by October 1st, 2024. And further, staff will begin implementing changes required by HOTMA, aiming for full compliance by January 1st, 2025. Throughout this entire process, staff will maintain active correspondence with voucher holders as Santa Monica Housing Authority operations adopt these HUD-required changes. So based on the stipulations and progression outlined in the HUD submission process, staff recommends that the Housing Authority Board, 1, hold a public hearing and receive public comment. 2, adopt the fiscal year 2024-25 Santa Monica Housing Authority Annual Plan. 3, adopt the fiscal year 2024-25 Santa Monica Housing Authority Administrative Plan. 4, authorize the submission of the fiscal year 2024-25 annual and administrative plans to the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, for the April 17th due date, and that the Housing Authority Board adopt a finding of no possibility of significant effect pursuant to Section 15061, subsection B3, common sense exemption of CEQA. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that report. Are there any questions? Would anyone like to make any comments?
Yeah.
Oh, do we have anyone?
Yeah.
Mr. Hilton, are you here? Mr. Hilton, are you there?
Yes, good evening, Mr. Mayor, council, and board members. My input is about the annual plan's reference to the Rent Control Board and rent amounts. The Rent Control Board's jurisdiction is market rents, which apply the same to the voucher tenants in these buildings. Virtually all of our other types of housing with voucher tenants are not subject to the Rent Control Board. The AHPP inclusionary housing contract rents and increases are established by the city. Our tax credit nonprofit development rents are based on the Long Beach, LA area median income and up to 2 to 3% in annual rent adjustments. Finally, the Housing Authority has been inviting annual rent increases from our AHPP development. An improvement would be to consider increases at the time the city makes changes to the contract rents. our nonprofit development, by comparison with virtually all subsidized rents, experience significant program costs, and is this type of housing that could benefit by regular assistance payment increases? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hilton.
That is all.
Okay. Again, any comments? Seeing none, would someone like to make a motion?
Sure, I'll make a motion. We've had the public hearing and received public comment. I move that we adopt the fiscal year 24-25 Santa Monica Housing Authority Annual Plan, that we adopt the fiscal year 24-25 Santa Monica Housing Authority Administrative Plan, that we authorize the submission of the fiscal year 24-25 annual and administrative plans to the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development, and that we adopt a finding of no possibility of significant effect pursuant to CEQA.
Second.
Any comments? Seeing none, let's call the roll.
Authority members Wick,
Yes.
Authority member Parra,
Yes.
Authority member Davis.
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Negrete.
Yes.
Authority member Terosis.
Yes.
Authority member De La Torre.
Yes.
And Chair Brock.
Yes. That passes unanimously.
So we'll now adjourn the public hearing and reconvene the council meeting. Oh, and item 16A. Request of council members Wick, Terosis, and Davis that the city council allocate a total of $10,000 from its discretionary fund to support our city's public libraries. Specifically, the funds will support programming around the Pico Branch's 10th anniversary celebration on June 29th, which will include oral history kits for community members and organizations to check out and record their personal stories, as well as programming and after-hours staff support for the main library Special Friday preview event and event 2 Y'all West, the Teen Book Festival at Samo High, and book giveaways, library activities, storytellers, and performers at the Arts and Literacy Festival on April 27th.
Councilmember Terosis.
Yeah, in the interest of time, would love to talk about all of these amazing discretionary funding requests, but I think they're all worthy, and I would just move that we approve 16A, B, D, F, and H, because I understand, Mayor Brock, that you revoked or rescinded your item, is that true? On the Elks
Yeah, so
Lodge?
it's probably before you came in.
Okay, yeah, okay.
The Elks one has been postponed till the next meeting.
Okay, so 16A, 16B, 16, we'll let you guys talk about the Youth Commission, right?
Can we do more than one at once?
Well, I'm asking that, I've done this before in other bodies, I'm moving that we take them all together and approve them. 16A, B, D, F, and H.
It's effectively agenda management, so yes, you can do this.
So that's my motion.
Second. Oh.
No.
Oh, sorry. You have a question? Go ahead.
So,
Before you go with your question, I just want to make sure that we all understand that we have a limited amount of funding available. And in this particular case, this will utilize almost all of our funding. But we still have other things that we normally do each year. So we normally participate in the Independence Parade on Main Street.
We already allocated that money.
Okay.
We allocated
Thank
that
you.
at the budget adoption in June.
Oh,
The
okay.
Latino grad night.
All right, and then the other items, I know there was for the last few years a Latino graduation that we funded, an African-American graduation that we helped partially fund as well.
That we did, but.
And then, in addition to that, something that had been pushed off that I think we should bring back. And I think Councilmember Davis, you participated in the Memorial Day celebration a couple of times over the last few years. The city is unable to fund that at this time. And I know that the organizations that really work with our veterans would like to celebrate the veterans who were buried at Woodlawn. So I'd like to make sure we have enough funding still to do some of those other things.
I have a question then, based on this movement for the sake of time, so we're not going through each item and discussing it. Can we then do a swoop on a set amount and leave the ones for discussion so that we can try to make room for these other potential items in the future? Because we can't just have a general discussion about adjusting amounts to make room for future, right, for future items. We'd have to like individually impact one item. So I don't know, is it possible to move?
So I don't know if we want to look at this handout that we were given, but I made a motion. I don't know if there's a second, but if there's like an amendment or something or a substitute, happy to hear about that too.
I was just going to ask that we can substitute it and move, so A, B, because it's really hard, like the ones that I know that need the money. I know Grad Night needs that money because I'm very keenly aware of how expensive that has become and how necessary it is to have a safe event.
Sounds like F had a lot.
A, also F.
A, B, F is what I hear.
And G is off, right, for now, or whatever. So maybe what is that leaving D for discussion?
And H. To take action for mental health.
Well,
But that's not
that's
city
not money. That's just, that's not money,
Okay, just
yeah.
kidding. So I removed that. Okay, I removed that.
Yeah, it's waiving fees,
Yeah, it's
so that's
waiving
okay.
fees.
But see, that's why I had asked to speak, and you guys.
No,
Let's talk
you,
about discretionary right now.
That's what I was trying to talk about, and he went over me.
But H is
no,
not
and I was
discretionary.
gonna come, that's why I looked
But
at
then-
you a minute ago. So we're going back to Councilmember Para. So, well, first, there's a motion on the floor. Is there, so first of all, let's start there. There's a motion on the floor.
I'm happy to, it sounds like we might have support, no. I don't know.
A, B, F.
I can second it if it
H.
helps, yeah.
A, B, F, H.
A, B,
F and H.
So that's the motion.
A, B, F,
Is there a second?
and H.
Yes.
Well, that-
Councilmember
Second.
Six.
Okay. Got it, that is.
So then we're leaving D and I is not money.
In the youth commission one.
I have a question about that. Well, Councilmember Para, why don't you go?
So that's.
Sorry,
No,
I
that's okay.
preempted you, I apologize.
Well, no, but that was, you guys now have me like thoroughly confused, but that's okay. No, but my question was, I mean, that's fine that we go through and you say, okay, let's approve all of these, and then let's just discuss this one. But that doesn't, that one, if it's the $8,300 one, that's not enough money for the Latino graduation or the Memorial Day event. So I don't know how we're going to work that out if we want to be able to give to them. So
What
do
are
we
they
know?
asking for? We don't know.
Well, that's the thing. So I wanted to see what we've given to the Latino graduation in the past.
Yeah, it's like $4,000 or $5,000.
Okay, and then for,
Do we know if it's 4 or
Yes,
5?
We've done,
And it was canceled last year, right?
Well, they gave us actually that sheet that's right here.
I don't have a,
But that's a
no, that's something
that's
else.
the
Yeah,
Cadillac
right.
program, you know?
Yeah.
That's the Cadillac program, but I think $4,000 to $5,000 would be.
We're not supplementing the entire thing. They go out to fund. And same,
How much did we give to the Black Agenda? Like, let's,
well, that was
for their
different 'cause
graduation?
It wasn't for their graduation. It was a whole
That's for
host of-
scholarships.
Here it was for graduation.
10,000.
So we gave them 10,
We gave more, we did 18,000.
No,
that
that's
was
for
different.
scholarships.
That wasn't for Black graduation.
They asked us for supplemental funding for the Black graduation last year.
so how much was that?
Do we know?
I don't remember either, but
See, so that's what I'm concerned about, because
We would have $9,681 left.
9,000.
if we take out,
We do?
That's what we would have with what has just been proposed.
if we just take out the 8,300?
That's if you,
And if you take out this Elks Lodge thing.
and then
For
you,
now.
and then you take that
well, we
nine.
took it out. It's not
Right.
on the agenda
No,
now.
I know, I'm calculating
suggesting
it.
we save something
Right.
to help fund that.
Got it.
See,
Right,
so that's,
so we'd have 9,000 X amount of dollars to
That's-
divvy up between the two groups.
So
I
if
don't know
we,
what
so, because I'm confused then too. So we would eliminate 16D, we would not fund that, but we would fund the other items on here. And if we did that, we'd still have 9,000 left, which should be adequate for both Memorial Day celebration, to celebrate veterans, and also to celebrate
Latino
the Latino graduation.
Because we're just putting
We
towards.
just divide those two figures.
I think it could work.
But what
Yeah.
the Elks Lodge then?
Well, he's saying, that's the Memorial Day. It's not really.
It's not Elks Lodge, it's Memorial Day.
Yeah.
It's just listed as Elks Lodge.
Oh, duh, okay.
So those two things
So does that make sense?
would be okay if they come back next meeting.
I mean, there's no promises about, we're just talking about the future, but.
Do I need to hit request to speak? I mean, does it make sense? Yes, the numbers make sense. It will be the first time since the institution of the Public Policy Institute that the city has not been a sponsor of that event.
Well, we're not hosting, who's putting it on, the college?
It's a combination, well, typically, it's been the college, the school district, and the city have been the three primary sponsors. Look for, that's when Heather New came last year, for example. Not Heather New, sorry. I work with Heather New.
Heather McGee with the Sum of
Sorry,
Us.
wrong Heather. But yeah, when Heather McGee came. So, but ever since the Public Policy Institute was founded, when they've done their annual programs, the city has always been a sponsor. And to be a sponsor, you have to contribute financially. You just can't say, make me a sponsor. So this would be the first year we wouldn't do that. I mean, that's council discretion. I just want people to understand
I have a
that we wouldn't
suggestion
be a
that we
sponsor.
sponsor by way of space, by way of helping
No,
communicate it,
no,
because.
that's money they need. They don't need space.
Well-
Space the college has got.
All right, we don't want to go.
Yeah,
on.
but
We're
that's-
going off,
sure.
Really off tangent, right?
Okay.
I appreciate your comments, Councilmember. So, Councilmember Delatorre, have we sort of, here, well, Councilmember Terosis, do you have more comments
I mean,
right
just
this second?
in the spirit of being compromising, could we take $1,000 off of the library, $1,000 off of the Digital New Arts Festival, and give $2,000 to the Public Policy Institute? I know that that's not 8,000, but.
I think the question is, who are we serving in these groups, maybe? That's how we
Fair.
look at it, right? Like, the arts thing is really for the entire community. The library event is
We know
for the.
it's Library Month.
Yeah, it's the entire community. The things for the schools is for the kids. I'm not saying that public policy doesn't include the entire community, but I do wonder, like, who participates in that, and do we have any data on that? If we're gonna have to make these unfortunate decisions, not saying that one is, it's hard to say what's more important than the other, because they're all important.
Well, Heather McGee filled the JAMS auditorium.
I know, but the
That's
JAMS
true.
auditorium can't possibly represent the entire community. I'm not.
No, I'm saying, but there's, my guess is, remember, it's a whole week of things. I mean, if we don't want to fund it, that's fine, but it's a community-wide event that goes on over the course of the week that I know has, in the various things, I would say probably at least 1,000, if not more, participants in the various activities they do. But
All right, I was just being realistic in terms of being a community member myself before being on city council, that it doesn't mean that it means any less. We're all in the know, so we know about these things happening. Realistically, the library day, people who don't vote know about that, the events that are going on. The art is going to impact people who may not be involved in public policy or know these things. I'm not saying that the Sum of Us was an amazing book and those events were great to attend, but I'll be honest with you, as a working mom of multiple kids and a lot to do, I probably wouldn't have made the time or known about it before. So I'm just saying, if we're looking at engaging the entire community, at some point, unfortunately, doesn't mean we don't care about public policy, it doesn't send any wrong message. I just think we don't have enough money, and we got to look at how do we impact the greater good of the larger portion of the community. That's at least how I look at it.
So, okay. So, Oscar, do you have comments?
Yeah, no, I just believe that, I think if we can hold off on the 8,333, we'll be able to fund some of the other needs, and maybe there'll be another way for us to participate, or we might be able to have some money.
So,
once we have also more idea what the symposium will be about this time around. Like I know the last one was very relevant, and I'd like to have a little bit more definition, moving forward on that. But in any case, I just think if we can postpone item 16D for now, we might be able to have some space for some of the things that we can fund.
So I think if I could ask, or just make a couple of comments also. We really do have a limited amount of funding available right now. And if I'm looking, and I think Carolyn's looking at the entire pot, and that particular symposium, where I've gone to it too. So I appreciate what they've done in the past, and I appreciate they use Santa Monica College students to intern and help out. But at this point, I just look and I think the priorities of the other items are bigger this year. And when it was presented to us, it said it was co-sponsored by the school district and the college. So I would recommend that we eliminate that one this year with apologies.
I have an idea about money.
To the Public Policy, to the Public Policy Institute. And that way we have the funding for the other items we need in 2 weeks. I also appreciate Councilmember Terosis, who offered to maybe skim 1,000 from a couple of other things, too. But I'm not sure if the $2,000 token gift will really make that much difference. So I would.
There's a solution.
I would ask.
There's a solution. There's unused travel funds that could be used.
Hold on 1 minute.
From canceled trips.
But hold on 1 minute. You're out of order right now, so hold on.
But this negates.
You're out of order right now. Hold on. You'll be next up.
You can do that, right? Okay.
You'll be next up. So, and I hear your point. But for the moment, to get this, make sure we're not in an impasse and we don't take forever at it, Councilmember Terosis, will you eliminate 16D from your motion?
That's what we just did.
We already did.
We already did that.
We did.
We're having a discussion.
Because I wanted to approve as many things as possible as
Yeah, I do. I hear that too. Okay.
So there's unused travel funds.
We have a, Councilmember Terosis, do you have a second?
Yeah, we already seconded it.
Okay, so can we move ahead?
No, on that discussion, I put my name in that
Okay,
there's
go ahead.
unused travel funds. There was a trip to Vienna that was canceled by multiple council members. And if I.
No, I'm not.
Oh, I don't know. Well, from what I understand, somebody has canceled. And if in fact they want to, as I understand it, we can put those unused travel funds back into discretionary, correct?
Yes, but.
Excess travel funds at the end of the year.
I'm just throwing it out there.
On June 30th, not before that.
So how does that impact the
It would be
public policy?
after all these projects are done.
It'll impact when we get to the next.
And Councilmember Davis has already said any unused would go into the discretionary fund to start off the next year.
Right, right.
So it's not going to
Our
help.
discretionary
remember
fund
that.
allocations.
Okay.
When is the
So-
public policy forum?
I think.
May?
I can't
think.
find it.
Yeah, you
It's
sent us
always
the,
in May.
you sent us the information about it.
They haven't mailed it out yet.
Okay, well, it was just throwing out a solution so we didn't have
Okay,
to.
let's move forward with this. Okay, is there any other discussion of this particular combination 16 item?
No, so it's
Seeing none, can we do a roll call?
A, B, F, and H.
A, B, F, and H.
Let's go.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Terosis?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
Mayor Brock?
Yes. Okay, that passes unanimously. Let's fill in the blanks now on the items that were not part of that motion.
16C.
The first one would be 16C.
Item 16C, request of Mayor Brock and Vice Mayor Negrete that the city manager, city attorney, and city clerk develop and return to city council with recommendations to establish a youth council or a commission based on best practices. The city currently engages youth at PAL, Youth Leadership Council, Virginia Avenue Park Teen Leadership Council, and the in the library, Teen Leadership Council, and a youth commission or council would represent an opportunity to expand opportunities for youth to be involved in city government. In addition to evaluating a youth commission or council, the city manager and city attorney are also encouraged to explore other opportunities, such as evaluating the potential to add dedicated seats for youth on existing boards or commissions.
And I'll lead this off. I think starting 3 years ago when I joined the city council, I asked that we look at a youth city council, that we needed to find a way to really inspire and activate the youth of the city, not, as a speaker said earlier tonight, to indoctrinate them or help them be indoctrinated, but to inspire them to move forward and be active in the community. And as we can see right now on our city council, we have 7 people who have all been activated somewhere in their lives to seek public service. So what this does essentially is ask the staff to come back to us with best practices. I gave you, and I thank the clerk for this, 2 items from the National League of Cities. One is promoting youth participation for municipal leaders. And I will follow that up to staff with 2 more booklets, one on what they're doing in 4 different cities that a youth city council is working and is activated really well. And then a second brochure that is in your packets today that's on authentic youth civic engagement. I think this is something we really need to promote. We want to make sure that our council is not all composed of me. So we want younger people in the council. And we want people who are inspired to think about active solutions to our issues. And I'd like to have a youth council that our council members really listen to and hear from. I think that's essential to make sure that they're active and feel that they're not just tokens. So that's my discussion on it.
Being on the legislative rep for PTA Council, I was part of taking kids to Sacramento, and not just including the kids that are taking government, but rather the kids who maybe didn't think that they were interested in government was probably the highlight of that position for me. So I think exposing kids to how our local government works is the gateway drug into them being local leaders and then hopefully leaders beyond. So I think it's pretty obvious why this is successful. I don't think it's a controversial item, but I do hope that we can put it into place fairly quickly, and I think we can lean on the leaders at the school district because some of the students there are already forming things, you know, like on campus, and so I'm hopeful that we can see this up and running fairly quickly.
Any other, Councilmember Delatorre.
Yeah, I would just like to add the word authentically involved. So where it says, I think it's the second to last sentence. It says, expand opportunities for youth to be involved in city government. I'd like to add the word authentically involved. And that's the best practice in terms of the material that was
That's fine with me.
Yeah.
Okay. No other comments? Can we call?
You have to make a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to move this item.
I'll second that motion. Yeah, there's no money involved. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, it passes unanimously.
Can I just, I was going to make a comment, but just on this item, I absolutely think we should have a youth commission. I'm not sure how the council would work, but if we're bringing forward the youth commission, I do kind of agree with one of the commenters who said we got rid of the commission on the status of women. And if we're going to listen to you, I mean, I know that this isn't like on the agenda, but I am kind of concerned that that is still dormant.
Bring it back.
Okay.
Yeah, just wanted to make that comment.
Thank you.
Councilor Terosas, just to let you know, the clerk's office is tasked with doing a 5-year review of the boards and commissions, so we'll be doing it next year.
Okay, great. No, I've gotten that comment from a few people now.
Okay, the next item, I believe, is 16E.
So are we?
No?
I think we need a status on 16D, and what I'd like to do, if it's all right, with permission of the other 2 proponents, is simply withdraw it at this time. I don't want to vote on it and make you people vote no. And then, so I think it's just better for us to withdraw it at this time, and we can have discussions about if there's some other way the city can figure out a way to become a sponsor. But I just don't know that off the top of my head.
Are council members able to give their travel fund
No.
money that they know upfront, that they know they're not going to use, to the discretionary fund?
No, it's part of the budgeting process.
Okay.
Because they might think they're not going to use it, and then they decide they want to go somewhere,
What if
so.
you know you're not going to use it?
Okay,
Yeah,
so,
no.
I'm sorry, can you, I got lost.
I'm just going to withdraw item 16D, assuming that that is all right with council members Terosas and Zwick, rather than, because you were just going to skip over it. You can't do it. It's on the agenda. So I would like to withdraw it, and I'll have discussions with
I second
folks at the
that.
college. Well, you don't need to. I just need,
Can I just ask the
Council
council's
members would-
indulgence? Just so I can digest the vice mayor's request and just go back to the city attorney and our finance director and just talk about, not
Yeah.
at this moment, but
yeah, no,
tomorrow and
that's
just
fine. I mean,
digest it.
yeah, I mean, that might be something to be done, but in the past, I've been told you can't do that. That you can't throw
I
the
just
travel
wanna-
budgets back in.
Step back and talk with them.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, 16D is withdrawn. Thank you for keeping order.
Item
Councilmember
16.
Davis.
Item 16E, recommendation to accept Helen Finkelstein's resignation from the Human Services Commission and authorize the city clerk to publish the vacancy.
So
Move to
moved.
accept with gratitude.
I second.
All in favor?
All in favor?
All in favor? Aye.
Great, so now we're on 16I. Request of Mayor Brock, Vice Mayor Negrete, and Councilmember Parra that the City Council adopt the attached resolution objecting to the County of Los Angeles's implementation of the Clean Needle Distribution Program in the City of Santa Monica.
It should be exchanged.
Do we need to explain this? It's really coming back, right?
There was a 69 directing that this come back, so it's up to you.
Okay. I move that we adopt.
I second.
Councilmember Davis.
I won't belabor the point because I did so at the last meeting, but we know for a fact that this program meets people where they are. I know in the resolution it talks about moving the program indoors. We know that doesn't work. And in fact, when we tried to do that in 2012, in fact, this community pretty much drove a youth program out of the city and into Venice because they were afraid of needle exchange. And I haven't heard anyone volunteer to use their home or business as a source for this. But we do know that this program has reached out to hundreds of people who sadly do have substance abuse problems in our community and has connected them with programs. It's gotten some of them off of drugs. And we know for a fact that this program has also saved lives in our community. And so eliminating this program will eliminate the opportunities for those people to connect with services and may actually cause people to die on our streets. And for that reason, I'll be opposing it.
Any other requests to speak? Seeing none, can I have a motion?
We did already.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
We
can
already made
repeat
the motion.
though?
I did it. I seconded it. The allergy pills were getting to me.
Can we repeat it though, because I missed it? And then second by Brock?
Yeah, second by Brock, yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. Councilmember Zwick?
No.
Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Terosas?
No.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
And Mayor Brock?
Yes. Motion passes 4-3. And we have several adjournments this evening, and the first adjournment will be read by Vice Mayor Negrete.
We respectfully adjourn this meeting in loving memory of Bob Rosenblum, the beloved owner of Bob's Market, a family business. Bob was not just a business owner, he was a pillar of our community, a tireless supporter of local children, schools, organizations like the YWCA, PTA, Girl Scouts, Ed Foundation, and many more. His dedication and warmth made Bob's Market more than just a grocery store. It is a cherished community hub that gave our not-so-small town a small-town feel. On a personal note, I don't know any other market that still can bill you at the end of the month and let your kids have a password to go in and buy food without cash. On any given afternoon after 3 o'clock, you'll see dozens of kids hanging outside on the benches, lined up inside to get an after-school snack, and backpacks littered at the front of the door as you walk in. Bob has graciously and warmly embraced all of the kids in the community and all of our families and given them somewhere safe to be after school, and also given many of them their first job. With affordable options for kids and families, a butcher that remembers your last order, the best subs, catering platters, holiday cuts, and ready meals when you are in a pinch, Bob's has a personal touch that is unmatched. Bob's presence will be deeply missed, but his legacy of compassion, community spirit will continue to inspire us. Our hearts go out to his family, friends, and all of those who were touched by his kindness. May we honor Bob's memory by continuing to support and uplift one another as he did, and continue to shop local at the best independent legacy market in town, a Santa Monica staple. I just want to quickly read his quote that you can see on the website, but he passed away on Friday. He was 92. His son is still at Bob's Market. If you're looking for a great bottle of wine, you can always ask him which one to get. This is a quote from Bob. I started working in my father's store in Venice in 1940, and it seemed so comfortable, it just made sense. Eventually, to start my own store. In 1965, we found this property in Santa Monica, and it became the first Bob's Market. Our focus has always been to serve the needs of our neighborhood, and it is a joy. I'm happy to be with my family and my friends that we've made over the years. These are the people who I've seen coming to the store since they were children. Now they're grown, and they are starting to bring their own kids here. That's very special to me. When you know people for that long, you're going to be able to anticipate the kinds of things they want. You won't find that kind of flexibility in custom orders we offer at those big corporations. Because of that, there will always be a place for independent markets. I don't know if any of you know this, but in the almost 60 years that they've been open, they've never been closed. But today at noon, in honor of Bob, they closed for his memorial service at Hillside. So to Bob and his family, we love you. The Sunset Park community and the entire city of Santa Monica, I think we're all anticipating and hoping that you will continue to run this business. And if you're not, I'm just going to put out there, there's a load of us that'll run it as a co-op.
Thank you so much. And it is very sad that Bob has passed. I have an adjournment in memoriam as well, in memory of Charlene Chris Volosky. It is with great sadness that we adjourn this council meeting in memory of Charlene Chris Volosky, who passed away on March 22nd at the age of 82. Charlene Barbara Justice was born in Savannah, Georgia on April 19, 1941. In the 1960s, she came to Santa Monica via Chicago and settled into her new hometown with her 4 children. She ran the infamous Oatman Rock Shop on the Santa Monica Pier for 58 years, and during that time served on the Pier Lessees Association for 34 of those years. Through the association, Chris worked closely with the Homelessness Task Force. In addition, has doing all she could to serve the city she loved. She came to a city that most would find unrecognizable now, a simpler time, and was part of Santa Monica Pier history that witnessed Cirque du Soleil in the 80s, the official Olympic torch on its way to Atlanta in 1996, and arguably some of her favorite memories of her grandchildren's first steps. You could not go anywhere in Santa Monica with Chris without running into someone she knew and who loved her. She's survived by her husband of 34 years, Santa Monica native Yosh Volosky, her 4 children, Mark, Mike, Lisa, and Manny, 7 grandchildren, 9 great-grandchildren, and the countless friends from around the world that she made and welcomed into her family over many decades on the Santa Monica Pier. Her presence on the pier and in Santa Monica will be forever missed. On behalf of the entire Santa Monica community, we extend our deepest condolences to the Volosky family during this difficult time.
All right. Sadly, I would like to ask that we adjourn in memory of Sophia Wolpert, a unique and vibrant member of the Santa Monica community. Sophia Wolpert sadly passed away on March 13th after a brave battle against cancer. Sophia was always delighted to be surrounded by her loving family, her caring husband, Russ and her two devoted daughters, Mila and Tessa, both of whom attended Franklin School. Sophia was born in a former Yugoslavia in 1959 and was a successful film and theater producer before coming to America at 31 years old in 1992. Shortly after her arrival in Santa Monica, she met her husband, Russell Wolpert, and started a beautiful life together. In 1997, they welcomed their first daughter, Mila Wolpert, and in 2001, they had her younger daughter, Tessa Wolpert, who brought them much happiness and gratitude. Sophia knew that Santa Monica was the perfect place to raise a family, and she remained in awe of the beauty of her family's neighborhood north of Montana until her very last days. She truly left her mark in the Santa Monica community. People were amazed by Sophia, whose passion for life and love of culture and the arts was absolutely unmatched. For instance, Sophia played an important role in the establishment and funding of the Broad Theater in Santa Monica. Her beautiful and heartwarming memory lives on in all the people who adored her. She was an inspiration to countless incredible people and will be dearly missed by loved ones and friends alike. We send our deepest condolences to the Wolpert family, particularly Russ, Mila, and Tessa.
And with that, we adjourn, and we'll see all of you 2 weeks from tonight. 2 weeks from last night. There you go.